I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump has wrapped up his Asian trip with a sit-down with China's leader.
The president said that on a scale of 0 to 10, this meeting was a 12. He boarded Air Force One overnight for the long trip home from South Korea, telling reporters along the way that the meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping was a roaring success.
He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country in China.
Okay, the niceties aside, both sides really lowered the temperature, with China agreeing to buy U.S. soybeans and allow the export of rare earth elements.
Fox's Doug Luzader. The president also told reporters he's lowered the tariff punishing China for the flow of the deadly drug fentanyl into the U.S. from 20 to 10%. And President Trump also says while he was in South Korea, he talked with Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney.
We had a very nice conversation with him last night.
This days after the president halted all trade negotiations with Canada, angry over an anti-tariff TV ad that Ontario's government paid for in the U.S. featuring former President Reagan. President Trump also ordering the U.S. to restart nuclear weapons testing. Fox's Carly Shimkus reads his Truth Social post.
Because of other countries' testing programs, I have instructed the Department of War to begin testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis. That process will begin immediately.
The U.S. hasn't done those tests in 33 years, and it's day 30 of the government shutdown. Still a stalemate over funding in Congress. At baseball's World Series, a great start and finish for the Blue Jays. Homering on the first pitch, and then again 2 pitches later.
Now Vlad Jr. hooks the ball down the left field line. They've got back-to-back to start Game 5.
No team has ever started a World Series game like that, and it was the only offense Toronto needed, though they did score more in a 6-1 win over Los Angeles on Fox, giving the Blue Jays a 3-2 series lead over the defending champion Dodgers. America's listening to Fox.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation honors America's heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Warrant Officer 1 Stuart Waymond. After joining the Army, Stuart graduated from Army Aviation School and had a distinguished career until a mid-air collision during a training exercise took Stuart's life. He leaves behind his wife Kira and their 3 sons. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on Stuart's family home. Help more families like Stuart's. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. It's Stripper Thursday. Now, I don't know that we can tell some of our guests later in the show this is only for early risers, Stripper Thursday, because we got some guests that may not get our sense of humor.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. And I'm not
call
sure.
it VIP Thursday.
That's right.
That's right.
That's the code.
That weekend is so close.
Oh, yeah.
But you can't touch it. You can just throw dollar bills at it.
That's right.
So it's Stripper Thursday.
That's right. So close you can touch it, but you can't.
And we do got a very big 9 o'clock hour.
No kidding.
This is the long tease. Typically, we don't tease
3 hours out.
3 hours ahead. But when we talk about how the politicians out there want to get in front of the audience, they want to talk to you, all of you. And we are in primary season for a lot of these people. Now, some of them, they're not up for election or re-election. But, for instance, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer is going to be joining us along with Dr. Rich McCormick.
Yep, they're
Chris Carr is going to join us as well in the 9 o'clock hour.
Nine is the home run hitters. We got home run hitters.
The heavy hitters.
He wants to, Chris Carr, obviously, AG wants to be the governor of Georgia. Tom Emmer, as you mentioned, from South Bend, Indiana. Bet he's a Notre Dame Irish fan.
I wonder what they talked to him about to have him go. So some show in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's Dr. Rich or anybody else who said, "Oh no, you got to try it."
I think it's probably Dr. McCormick.
Give it a run.
Something just
let these guys ask you some questions.
Yeah, let's gather up and get on the phone with these fellers and see what they got to say.
See what they got to ask you.
Yeah, because with the government shutdown, I mean,
It's messaging at this point.
Absolutely right. Yeah. And the Democrats are losing that battle.
Yesterday was an all-out assault from both ends. And whether it was Speaker Mike Johnson, who, again, I give him credit, getting up in front of the country every single morning and laying out, here's the latest. Here's what they're working with. And to have the messaging from the Republicans even yesterday come into, listen, they're Democrats that are faltering. They want to join us in ending this, but they're scared of their leadership. And we can't work with Hakeem Jeffries, and we can't work with Chucky Schumer. So who wants to join us over here? And there's already 3 that have jumped ship, but you still need some more.
And it's funny because if you listen to over in the Senate, on the Senate side, if you listen to Fetterman, he's got a list of things that he feels like Democrats cannot do. And we'll talk about them a little later in the show, but that list is so common sense. And one of the probably 5 or 6 things is don't shut down the government.
He's got like 4 bullet points. Yeah. And they're not extreme.
No, they're all common sense, every one of them.
I mean, the only one that's probably going to ruffle the feathers is, we're back in Israel.
Yeah. That
He's like, don't shut down the government. Let's back Israel. And then his other 3, there's nothing that you go, that's way too out there.
Although for the party, not for us, for their party, Mamdani does not reflect our party. I think that is a failing statement from him for his party. I understand what he's saying. He's saying this shouldn't be the case, but unfortunately it is.
Well, I think that's so much of the reason why we're still shut down. This is not about us. We have a pretty unified message. Let's pass the CR. If you want to have a discussion about anything else, then let's have it with the government in session. As much as you want to fund your failed Obamacare, we're not doing it. If you want to talk about fixing it or talking about changing it, let's do it while the government's in session. It's a very clear message. On the other end of this is a civil war going on within the Democrat Party in which way things are going. That's where the fight is. It's not with they want to say, well, it's the Republicans and the Democrats and they're both at each other. No, this is more about the Democrats are at each other.
That's right. They are. They've been taken over. We've been telling you this for months and months and months, if not years. The Democrat Party has been taken over by the DSA. That was the DSA's mission back in 2012, and now they've accomplished it. It is the DNC is now equal to the DSA. They're one and the same.
And part of the problem is record low approval rating. When we're talking about that 18%, the Democrats can't afford to upset that portion of the party. And I feel like it was, and I was thinking about this as I was walking into the building. It's weird where you suddenly get these random ideas.
Yeah, sometimes the bathroom, sometimes in the shower, sometimes walking into work.
Sometimes it's just taking the dog out and I'm out in nature. Oh, what a weird idea. And that's when the muse starts to talk to me. That's like, right. Oh, what is that, Muse? what are you saying?
I'm listening.
I'm listening to you, Muse. I got this impression. I was like, it really, truly is a suicide cult. It's a suicide pact. And what do I mean by that? You brought in so many foreigners and you pushed so much of a young and typically white female ideology that now you're stuck. And so you're surprised in New York, hey, why is this guy continuing to win? Why is he going to be mayor? Well, because you have a foreign-born group of people there, everyone they brought in, and they're voting for him at the rate of about 80%.
Yeah.
And they are far more liberal than even the Chuck Schumers of the world who are looking around going, wait a minute, I've been the sensible Democrat for 50 years.
Yeah.
Well, not anymore.
No, sir.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
You have a civil war on your hands.
And the crazy thing is, Los, Donnie's mama says, no, he's not American. He's Ugandan.
Yeah.
He's Ugandan first. He doesn't even consider himself American. That's the problem with flooding the country with people who have no connection to the country.
And never asking to assimilate.
And never asking them to assimilate. That was a bad word. That was the worst word you could possibly use in the last 20 years. Assimilate? No.
Yes.
We're keeping our culture. We don't want American culture. We want to rebuild our culture here.
You have to go about a party, a membership to the Democrat Party, and understand that the idea of the coexist bumper sticker wasn't just the bumper sticker. It was, no, you're welcome here, and you don't have to change one bit.
Nope.
And as it turns out, that ends up being a problem.
Yeah, and you have what you got brewing in New York now. A communist is going to be the mayor of the biggest city in the country and the economic work engine of the American economy.
And so now we're in a shutdown where so much of party leadership is beholden, because, again, it's only 18% approval. They're beholden. They're stuck with this fanaticism that tells them, well, you better keep fighting, and you better get us this, and you better get us more free stuff, and make sure that you mess with Trump as much as you can.
We want a fighter.
And as soon as they stop, that's when I think you'll see even a lower rating for them. That 18, I bet, goes to something like 16, 15%.
When they open back up the government?
Yes.
Do you think this thing makes it to Thanksgiving? Because I'm beginning to think maybe.
I thought it was going to be over this week. When the government unions...
I did too.
When the government unions started turning, and we've got plenty of audio of listening to the news networks that have now turned on the Democrats, I thought that was on its last little bit of legs. And then when the push started from the Democrat Party was, well, this is our only leverage.
Yeah.
Well, this is terrible leverage. It's a bad idea.
This is a terrible idea, but it doesn't matter. And I'm glad you brought up the media, because that's something that we're not used to seeing. The left losing the media. The Schumer shutdown is insane to watch, because they're having to at least field questions. They're not answering them necessarily, but they're having to field questions that you have never, as long as I can remember, even had the media pose to anybody but Republicans. Listen to this. I want you to listen to Schumer get asked these questions and kind of, at least he's getting asked. He didn't answer, of course.
Are you saying Democrats have no responsibility for the fact that...
We are saying the Republicans can fund it now, and they're using these people as hostages. Plain and simple. Next. That's the answer. The answer is they can fund it right now. Okay? Right now.
You're saying that y'all bear no responsibility? Next question. The guy has nowhere to go. He's getting it from all sides.
And you're being torn apart right now.
The media, Los, the media doesn't go after them.
The media doesn't go after them in this way. The media is sitting back and they're saying, why? We look at all the polling. Why do you continue something that is only helping the Republicans? We went through the numbers with Harry Enton yesterday on CNN. Republicans, in terms of their views in Congress, right now the Republican Party views Congress, it's gone up by 12%. And you'll say, okay, fine. Yeah, so the base is staying with them. Yes, absolutely. You also have independents that have gone up by 8%. So the media is like, guys, y'all need to end this. Like, this needs to be over with.
They're waving
This
their
is
arm.
not helping. And yet, you do have the party leadership that is so scared about being primaried or what's going to happen from the fanatical end of their party that they're stuck in a rock and a hard place.
That's a bad spot to be right there.
It's like, it's not us.
And I hope they stay there a really, really long time.
No, they have been. We're week 5.
Yeah, right. We got maybe another 5 weeks. Who knows? I don't see them going any other direction, because they're beholden. Like we're saying, they're handcuffed. They're stuck in the mud, if you will. They're not going anywhere. They're not changing anything.
Well, their claim is going to end up being, and by the time this is going to be over, they're going to be like, all right, how do we save face here?
Yeah.
Well, we were able to keep Donald Trump from getting more of his legislation through.
Yeah, that'll be right.
But but here's the other end of that when it comes to the administration. I feel like they've been operating 2 to 3 steps ahead of where the news media has been at and where the Democrats have been at. We don't even know what the next move was going to be. We've asked, some of our people that we know from Congress, and it's very hush-hush as far as like, what's the plan, what's coming. I believe that Donald Trump had built up enough political capital to go after health care again, but we'll see. I don't know what the direction is going to be yet.
Well, and it's interesting to me, too, if they were to reopen the government, it's only open for like a month and a half, and then go right back in the same in the same muck, and the Democrats are going to do the exact same thing again. This is what we're about to relive. We're going back to the future.
I do believe they're going to look at the polling after the dust settles, and they'll take into account, like, you ever have that moment where you have a bunch of things go on in your life, and then you sit down for a second and you're like, okay, what did that cost me and what did I get out of it?
Sure.
And sometimes it's a win and sometimes it's a loss. I think when they sit back, they're going to say, that was not the win that we were thinking it was going to be.
But Los, that's pretending that they're reasonable. They're not.
There's a large amount of their party. Again, your Aunt Pegs, the cat lady who, all she does is watch The View and can't wait to go ahead and see what her download's going to be from Rachel Maddow. There is no negotiation with that person. The one thing that has happened, and I would say the past 5 weeks, for the first week or two, they were real adamant. This is what we're doing. In the last 3 weeks, I think that they've started to realize this isn't going well for us. And I can only judge that off of what I'm seeing as far as how they're speaking out, what goes on X, the tails between the legs right now of how do we get out of this thing.
You ever had a kid that knows they've done wrong and knows they're caught? When your kid does something like that, I remember Jacob, obviously he didn't live at home anymore, but when he used to, I remember I would catch him in something. He'd be like, I could see the wheels turning. I knew he knew.
How do I get out of this?
Yeah, what have I done? And at some point or at least he did. I don't know the Democrats.
Is that when he told you it was a candy cigarette?
Yeah, that's
doesn't
right.
count.
Daddy, it's just a candy cigarette.
He's just sitting there.
It's not real cigarettes.
Just lit and it's there. I was just holding it, just like your Navy days.
Yeah, remember you told me I did the same thing. That's all. Well, how come it's halfway gone? But I would, he would then kind of come clean a little bit. When you caught him and he knew it. It took him a minute. He was in his head. He was evaluating the different options. Okay, what decision? Usually he came to the right conclusion. Said, hey, I did this, shouldn't have done it, wrong. But that's assuming that the Democrats are willing to admit that they may take the kid that wanted to get in trouble, the kid that we play all that wants to smoke with the cigarettes.
Smokes with cigarettes.
He said, I want to do the bad thing, so maybe they're going to do that.
Well, the problem is party leadership has depended on the fanatical end in order to fundraise.
Completely.
In order to
who else is donating besides the crazies?
Cause the resistance, cause the issues that were going on. And now, and I've talked about this when it came to like the Antifa types. It's like, you think you're going to control that wild dog. That dog's going to bite you. And right now, Democrat leadership is looking around and going, we're being bit by the rabid dog. Like, we created this scenario, and now we can't get away from this thing.
Yeah, it's bad news for them, dude. They're in some kind of way. But we'll see if they shake it off. I don't expect that they will. Not for a little while.
I got my rate cut, so I'm halfway there. I said rate cut, and we will see the government reinstituted this week. We'll see.
Although, tick me off a little bit because those Fed governors and chair are so anti-Trump. They are so anti-Trump. Did you see and hear, and I'm sure you did, the follow-up after we cut? Well, December, we don't know about that. And then the stock market was like, oh, no, and was bouncing up and down a little bit. It did recover, but that I think that was a plant. I think that was a landmine that Jerome Powell set.
All markets want is a little bit of certainty.
That's right. He knows that, too.
The reason why we've had the stock market move in the way that it has, where you're seeing record highs, firmly believe that once we knew what the tax code was going to be, theoretically into perpetuity, now we know how then to plan around that. And so when you get market volatility, for instance, when somebody says, well, we might move the rates, we might not. What?
Yeah, all of a sudden there are question marks
Suddenly
back.
There's question marks back.
Yeah, like you're playing Super Mario Brothers 2.
That's right.
Boxes above your head.
So all I would ask is, can we please not create more market volatility by saying, well, we'll see what happens in December. December, you're either going to get another rate cut or you're not. I don't believe the interest rates are going back up.
No, they're
at least
definitely
not for the time being.
But they're supposed to be nonpartisan, and the only thing they are not is nonpartisan. They're completely partisan. They despise Donald Trump. Lisa Cook despises Donald Trump. Jerome Powell despises Donald Trump. They're trying. I think that they're willing to make things shaky for the entire country for their own politics.
Well, we're going to slow walk these rates. You can look at the rest of the Western societies, and all of their interest rates are closer to about 2.5. Ours is not. Like, we're a full point to a 1.5 above where everybody else is. Mm-hmm. Now, what did we have on our last time when the inflation numbers came out? Inflation's steady.
Yeah.
We have not seen any sort of movement.
Didn't change a thing.
Didn't change a thing.
They all told you
it's going to be it's going to explode.
Yes.
You watch what happens.
You just wait. That Donald Trump's going to screw us again. You know?
What a time to be alive. Welcome to Thursday, everybody.
It is Stripper Thursday. If you know, you know. Tug and Los until 10. When we come back, Trump, troller-in-chief, wins again, and the left looks small again. Next on Extra.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Attention Extra listeners. The end of the year is closing in. Are your retirement plans ready? We at Master Plan Retirement Consultants are holistic retirement planners, including income and growth planning, tax strategies, and estate and legacy planning. Each piece of the retirement puzzle must fit together cohesively because we know a change in one area can inevitably affect the others. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. Don't wait. There's still time to adjust your plan before year end. Schedule your complimentary consultation now at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is the founder of the W. Scott Smith law firm, Scott Smith. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
Shaquille O'Neal, no stranger to the Dean's List, makes it once again. Tamara Humphreys is in college and is an athlete trying to balance it all with schoolwork and practice. The 18-year-old is a wrestler at the University of Pittsburgh and has the drive, talent, and a scholarship. But unfortunately, she doesn't have a car. And without reliable transportation, it's a challenge to make not only practices, but tournaments. This past summer, Tamara worked extra jobs to try to buy a vehicle. She was determined to make it happen, and that's when Shaq stepped in. He saw Tamara on social media and was impressed. He saw how she was trying to make ends meet to live out her dreams. Shaq knew having a car would help her out, so he decided to surprise Tamara with a brand new SUV. Tamara hopes to get into the Olympics, but for now, she's just grateful for the help and the encouragement from a Dean's List GOAT. Shaquille O'Neal, you made the Dean's List again. Janice Dean, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 30th. A manhunt for a Marietta man is over after police arrested 26-year-old Farron Banks in Gwinnett County on Wednesday. Banks was wanted for allegedly shooting and killing his stepfather, 58-year-old Michael Jackson, on Monday evening. Banks had been on the run, abandoning his car in Atlanta. Police tracked his location to Gwinnett County, and he was arrested without further incident after the Gwinnett police mobilized their SWAT team. The skies may soon be buzzing above one metro Atlanta city. The Woodstock City Council voted to approve a permit for the drone company Wing to allow them to make deliveries to customers from Walmart. According to Wing, each drone weighs 11 pounds and can carry up to 2.5 pounds of items. There's no current timeline on when deliveries are expected to begin. And several Georgia-based nonprofits are gearing up to send aid to Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa hit the island at a Category 5. The Friends of Disabled Adults and Children, based in Tucker, is sending medical supplies and oxygen equipment to field hospitals. Power has been knocked out to 75% of the island. Today's weather mostly cloudy but dry with a high of 55. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. I was just looking up these different type of medications to stop flare-ups.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because every now and then a flare-up will happen on people.
Huh.
You know, you have a flare-up, you're going to need some sort of salve, some sort of cream, some sort of ointment to stop the flare. I've never seen somebody so get so excited about it.
Well, I'm your hype man.
Curing flare-ups. And we're going to cure your flare-up today on the Morning Extra.
Have you noticed that no matter what you bring up, as long as you have a hype man...
That's right. It sounds better. It does. It gets you going. It gets you going.
I mean, Jeray was like, yeah, I feel this.
He's about to come through the window.
Thought Flava Flav was in there.
That's
Seriously,
right.
Where's your clock?
Yeah, boy.
Come on. If you got a flare-up, we will cure it. If you got a problem, we will solve it.
I just love where you get these random tips in mind. You're like, I'm going to tell you about these flare-ups.
Well, I was just thinking because Donald Trump is the troller in chief, and
yes,
it causes flare-up with TDS. So
here's how to deal with it.
Here's how we need some salve, to put on your flare-up. When your TDS acts up, like when my Aunt Peg, when she's in a bad way, the TDS is just lit up the side of her head.
How have we seen this in theory? We've been talking about this for months, that Donald Trump enjoys stealing the spotlight and grabbing more power from the left by making them out to look insane. Like there's a trust factor that the American public has in him because they don't look at him as the crazy. If they did, we would see a shift in poll numbers. We haven't.
We haven't at all.
He remains very popular. He's more popular at this moment than Barack Obama was.
What?
At Barack Obama's height.
You just caused another TDS flare-up just by saying that.
That's what the numbers say.
Somebody's digging in a cabinet for some salve.
Telling you, the reason the numbers haven't changed is largely what he said he was going to do on the campaign trail. He's either done or is working on doing. So you then have these moments, like similar when they were on Air Force One, where he was asked about a third term. And, he kind of deflected from it.
Of course.
And he talked about JD and Marco Rubio being a great ticket in 2028. And I believe that that's what they're gearing up for. But I tell you, every time he throws this stuff out, 2028, it's to make them go nuts and then to make them look small. And so I want to play for you. This was from CNN yesterday. This ended up being Senator Gallego. And keep in mind, the Constitution, as it's been amended, because at the time they were concerned about FDR being a tyrant, that this guy wants to hold on to the presidency forever. I mean, he died in office, and they weren't sure when he was ever going to leave. So that's the reason why you have the amendment that says 2 terms only. But keep in mind, there's no federal law that says that if you tried to run for a third term, that you've somehow broken the law. There's nothing on the books. Nobody's tried to. It's just you're not allowed. You can't get on the ballot. It's not constitutional, but it's not illegal. But listen to the senator about his reaction.
I don't take it seriously because he will, be in violation of the Constitution, and he should be arrested if he attempts to do that.
You think he should be arrested if he attempts to have a third term in any way? At what point? I mean, if he talks about it, what constitutes doing that in your view?
If he files to run for presidency and attempts to run for elections, and then circumvents and ignores the rules, I think that would be a quick decision by the Supreme Court. Then at that point, once his presidency is up, when he is, supposed to be, out of office, he's a violation of the Constitution of the United States, and he should be arrested.
He's like, give me the salve. Where's that salve at? I'm having a TDS flare-up.
Just want to make sure that you recognize how crazy you sound when you're like, they should lock him up.
Yeah. For what?
For seeking a third term? Now, he can't. We've been adamant about the reason why he does this is to make you crazy, is to make you look small, as to make you look like an insane person. And so
success.
So let's move over to CNN's Scott Jennings, who clearly, as much as we get it, I swear I would love to hear that man checks out this show from time to time. I feel like there are times where there's stuff that you and I bring up.
Dude, same with Clay and Buck a couple days ago.
And then we get a little bit of info of, hey, that guy was talking about what y'all were talking about. I'm like, that's awesome. I'm just saying, if you steal from us, you've only stolen once, because we don't steal. We
don't have to.
No, we handcraft these opinions. These are made at home. We whittle these together.
These are Amish.
That's right. These are Amish opinions. Thank you, Jeray. These are hardworking,
That's good.
Good, strong people. That's what we do. Listen to Scott Jennings just as we talked about in the past. Here's the troll game that Trump is playing on you.
I think he's trolling the Democrats, which he loves to do, and they fall for it every time. They've been doing it for 10 years on a number of issues. The president himself acknowledged that this sort of gimmicky idea about, electing him vice president, and I guess the other gimmick would be to elect him Speaker of the House and then have the president, vice president. And these are all gimmick. He said it would be too cute by half, and he's right. He's not going to need a third term. He's had two very successful terms, I'm sure, by the end of 2028. But I think this is a troll. I think people are unnecessarily falling for it, and I think they're probably selling a ton of hats because of it, and they're laughing the entire time it's happening.
All the way to the bank.
That is concise, and that is exactly what's going on. To think that a senator is calling for the arrest of Donald Trump, if he
just for talking about it.
If he seeks a third term, it's a violation of the Constitution, and the Supreme Court will get involved, and then he should be arrested.
It's always that, though, right? They've been trying to arrest him for 10 years. Any way we can get him arrested, that's the way we want to go.
What a ridiculous group of people that took the most powerful person that they have to go up against, and their answer to it was, well, let's arrest him. Let's put him in prison for life.
Which does nothing more than make him more powerful.
And also damages the republic.
Oh, sure. Well, of course. But they don't care about that.
Slight of trying to kill him, Brutus. Here's what it is.
That's right.
And you tried that too.
A couple times and have failed both. But that it's just giving him more power, more ability to make your TDS flare up.
It gives him more leeway.
It gives him that too.
Because you look like the crazy person. He looks like the sane one.
That's right.
Every time he does this, and credit to him, and the left hasn't figured it out, or they can't keep their TDS under control.
That's what it is.
What it does is they go popping off and going crazy, and he looks like the guy who's just sitting there cold and calculated.
Much like the media is trying to tell them you got to get away from this shutdown, it's bad for you. There are people in the media that are telling the Democrats, do not respond. Do not respond. If you respond, exactly what Los has just laid out will happen, and they can't. It'd be like my Aunt Peg not responding to something that Donald Trump has said or done on social media or to me directly. He told me he was going to be a dictator for life. He said it. I saw it from his own lips.
He said day one dictator.
That's right.
And I can't handle him.
That's right. Because they can't step back and see what is being done to them because they're so emotional. They hate with such strength. Their hate is so strong that's the emotional reaction.
I try not to be an emotional person because when you have an emotional outburst, you lose perspective. And there are times, and mostly it has to do with my daughters, where there will be a lack of perspective.
Understand.
Not to the forest through the trees.
If you've been a parent or a grandparent, you know exactly what he's talking about.
You know that moment of, I know I'm acting a little crazy here.
But I don't care.
Worth it.
Because I'm going to do whatever it takes to defend those two girls or my son or whomever it is.
I will act out of character. Now imagine you go about every single day having an emotional outburst based on a politician like that.
Gosh.
Where you can no longer take a cold and calculating or just a mature view of what's going on and say, he's trying to get a response out of me. Maybe I shouldn't give him one.
It should be that simple, but people don't have that nature. They don't have that ability. Most often, people don't have that.
I think it's their investment. As you said, child, grandchild, it's a different level of investment.
Yeah, sure.
That can
It's
draw
the
you
love
off
of your
sides.
life.
Can draw you off sides in a way that you would never know.
Yeah.
I believe these people are so invested in the end of Donald Trump.
Pot committed, maybe.
Pot committed. Thank you, Poker Tug. They're so pot committed to it that everything's an emotional outburst.
Right.
Every moment is. To watch what's happening right now to a woman like Rosie O'Donnell, it's like aging her on the fly. Dude. She's breaking down mentally because she's so incensed.
Well, I mean, ask any doctor. Is stress good for you or bad for you?
Very bad for you.
Look at Rosie. She is continually stressed, all because of her TDS.
And then it makes them even more crazy that Donald Trump looks the same as he did 10 years ago.
Or in some cases, even better. He's dropped 20 pounds.
He's in better shape.
That's right. Absolutely, dude. And you know they hate that worse than anything because that means you might live longer.
It's like, how does he continue to just handle this without a problem? Maybe because his entire life has been built on these high wire acts.
Yeah. And high net negotiation, high value negotiation, high stakes negotiation.
I mean, not for nothing, but Barack Obama was basically a street organizer. He was a state senator for a smidgen of time.
He's like, I put together all kinds of kickball games.
He was a senator for a smidgen of time before running for president. He was never sitting in a position of power. Like, no wonder you turned the way you turned. Like, you just full on just aged completely.
Yeah, you did.
Same thing with Clinton. Same thing with Bush. At least they had both been governors. But going to be the president, especially in a wartime or having some of these things that were going on around the world, it's different when you look at Donald Trump and you go, he hasn't been a war president. I think war ages you. Like, war is hard on these guys.
Without a doubt. I mean, you have people's lives in your hand. Decisions that you make change the outcome of families' lives forever. So it's very stressful, no doubt. Donald Trump has done it with Matt. So if anybody knows how to make a good ointment,
a good salve,
for TDS, then we could certainly use it because there's lots of people we could mail it to. My Aunt Peg be one of them. She needs it. She breaks out, man. I'm telling you.
You want to get her Trump salve?
She gets sores. It's awful.
Let's see what I can make. I'm gonna go ask some AI if you can make me some Trump salve. By the way,
good for TDS.
Shout out to Kelly Wallace, who did tell me about how Wilkes does have amazing pickles.
Oh,
they have their own brand.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
So, by the way, Kelly, if they also have a salve there, let me know.
Find out. Ask if they have that too. Because it's good for TDS, or at least we need something that is good for TDS. I want to, since you brought up Barack Obama, I want to do a little bit of a flashback.
Oh, where are we going?
Back to when the Democrats were worried about the government being closed down. Listen to Barack Obama. Maybe, just maybe, if the Democrats trusted their tried and true, their old buddy Presbo, then the government would be open back up. Listen.
You don't like a particular policy or a particular president? Then argue for your position. Go out there and win an election. Are some of these folks really so beholden to one extreme wing of their party that they're willing to tank the entire economy just because they can't get their way on this issue? Are they really willing to hurt people just to score political points? Republicans in Congress chose to shut down the federal government. Let me be more specific. One faction of one party in one house of Congress, in one branch of government, shut down major parts of the government, all because they didn't like one law.
Seems awful familiar. One branch of the government shut down the entirety of the government because they can't get their way. And that's the leverage that you keep hearing them talk about. That's the only leverage we have. Yes, people are going to suffer. Barack Obama talked about it. They're really going to let people suffer?
Yes.
Yes, they are. They have no issue with it. 3 Democrats yesterday asked the same question. See all the leverage we got, we're going to keep her shut down.
It's difficult to take stuff from... Now, it's different with legislation, I believe, because it's like you do it, you vote for it, you're on the record. That's why people don't have a voting record. It's weird when you hear about shutdowns and you hear sides that will play both ends of it. And largely, honestly, the Republicans have not held Congress a ton of times in the past 20 years.
Was it 4, 3?
I think we're at 3 times.
3 times, I think, yep. Including now.
So it's not like they're sitting back going all those shutdowns that we created, because typically the Republicans cave. They're worried about being blamed for a shutdown. In this case, they actually have Congress, and they're not being blamed for the shutdown.
Everybody knows. But it's crazy if you listen to Barack Obama. It's almost a mirror image of what's happening
today. Yep.
If they would just listen to their presbo, they would probably have the government opened up already. But they can't, because it's the only leverage they have. Oh, what have you discovered?
I have a Trump ointment.
That's
for when you have your problems.
That's right. You just it looks like a Jergens, maybe.
Yes.
Like a lotion.
For when you hurt. You just squeeze and
rub it on wherever it hurts, wherever the emotion's coming from.
Tell me where the emotions are.
That's right. Put on your salve and you'll be better. It's a TDS salve from the Morning Xtra. If we could just, dude, that's another avenue. We could just sell novelty items. It'd just be regular old cheap lotion, but we'll sell it. We'll market it as TDS salve and make $1 million. I'm just all I am is a businessman. That's what I do.
You're just one good idea after another.
That's right.
People profiteering off them.
Marty called in and said they already have a TDS salve. It's called KY Jelly.
It's true. It's true. Thank you, Marty.
Marty's up early on Stripper Thursday.
He was ready.
He was sitting on go. He was like, I will collect my $200. I will pass go. And you'll get out of my way, sir.
Can't get it. Cannot get things past Marty.
That's right.
He's up and ready.
And Iraqi says, without your help, he can't stay. Next on Extra 106.3.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, October 30th. The Toronto Blue Jays now lead the World Series 3-2 after beating the Dodgers last night 6-1 in pivotal Game 5. The scene now moves back to Toronto for Game 6 and a possible Game 7. Game 6 is set for Friday night. The Atlanta Hawks, they're now 2-3 on the season after beating the winless Brooklyn Nets 117-112. But Trae Young, he was forced to leave the game with a knee injury after having a teammate fall into his leg. Initial reports indicate that his ACL is intact, but Young will have another MRI today. Week 9 in the NFL begins tonight as the Miami Dolphins host the Baltimore Ravens. That kickoff is set for 8:15. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This is Tom with the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, what's with all this honesty stuff?
We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly.
How honestly?
We guarantee that each vehicle we sell will come with a bill of sale showing what we paid for the vehicle. You'll pay what we pay, plus an honest fee. Guaranteed.
No gimmicks or tricks?
Nope.
Man, this sounds like a new way to buy a car.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
This is Kelly Kroll asking you to step up to the plate for the men and women who have served our country and protected our freedom. The Warrior Alliance, an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, is helping thousands of veterans to achieve success after military service. Either you or someone you know has served and deserves our support. The best way to say thank you for your service is by helping a veteran round the bases on their journey home. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Big moments deserve big-time craftsmanship. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family-owned and operated since 1982 because we know what it means to show up when it counts. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, going through 20 elite artisans before it hits your hands. Not mass-produced, not generic, always personal. And with Solomon Brothers, you get lifetime cleanings, unbeatable financing, and the largest Tacori selection in Georgia. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, where love is in the details and legends are built to last. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and official jeweler of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it hard to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Fan and Extra 106.3 are proud to salute all those who've served our great nation at our 2025 Veterans Day Golf Classic. Friday, November 7th at Heritage Golf Links. Join all your favorite Fan and Extra personalities for a day of golf, prizes, and fun, all benefiting our friends at the Warrior Alliance. Special thanks to Mizuno, Georgia Drive Chevy, First Watch, Scana Energy, Matthews Cafeteria, Crown Royal Canadian Whiskey, A1 Driveway Replacement, CA South, Patron Tequila, Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade Vodka, and Weber Ranch Vodka.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. This will probably be the last mention of Stripper Thursday. We usually don't.
What?
Outside. Well, I mean, we don't. Usually, do we even bring it up after 7 o'clock? We do? Okay. Dre's giving me the, what are you talking about?
It's like a wink and a nod.
Yeah.
It's like if you know, you know.
If you know. Let's go.
Yeah.
That'll get you fired up. I needed that. That's like the rainstorm. I need that, and I need Rockin' in Atlanta and Tattletales on Thursday.
I popped up this morning, and I got up. This happens rarely. I got up in front of the alarm, and I was like, ooh, here we go on a Thursday. Now, the reason why. So after the World Series game went final, I went over to Netflix to watch my documentary series of basically the FBI versus the Philadelphia Mafia. And, like, I'm into it. I'm, like, finishing up episode 1. Then suddenly it's episode 3. I'm like, I fell asleep for a good hour. Just knocked right out. I was like, I guess I better go to bed.
Probably ease up into the bedroom. Do something, to keep myself refreshed for tomorrow.
Yeah, so 4:35 in the morning, I was like, nope. I was popped up. I'm like, oh.
Here I am.
Let's go.
I'm available. I'm available now. There was a man that I want you to hear from. He says that without, with the government shutdown and without the subsidies and without handouts, he doesn't get to stay in America. Listen.
Without the government support, I cannot stay maybe a month or 2 months.
Well, buddy, if I can't pay for my house, guess what they're going to ask me to do?
They're going to ask you to leave.
If
somebody call it vacate.
You just bought a new car. If you weren't able to pay for that, what would happen?
The bank takes that away.
I tell you, man, when you come to the United States and everything is based on a handout, you want to know why people are pissed about 10 million people or whatever the number it was that Joe Biden, it's stuff just like that. Everybody has a bit of a struggle. Everybody has something that they can't afford. But if you come here with your hat in hand and you say, without the government, without your tax dollars, I can't stay here. I got to tell you, that's when in the military, they call that a post.
Well, are you curing cancer?
No.
Are you building some better light bulb for me?
I don't think so.
What exactly do I need to have you here for?
I'm not sure it's providing anything.
I don't know if there's ever been a more appropriate use case for the "your terms are acceptable" meme.
Yes.
Yeah. That's right.
There's a brutality to this, a brutal honesty to it.
It is.
Because I would
understand
that. I would look at it as, if you're telling me that you are, and this is what it's really grown into, if we are going to be about America first, and we should be.
Absolutely.
We've spent the better part of 30 years where America's second. We'll get around to you.
Or third or fourth or fifth or
third or fourth
dead
or fifth,
last.
or way down at the end. We'll put you way on the back burner. Well, we should be talking about, all right, let's start with our own citizens.
First.
And foremost. Now, to what level? Well, we'll have a discussion about that, too, because I'm not looking to have handouts to everybody.
No, by no means. Hand up, yes. Hand out forever, no.
But if you're telling me that if you don't receive government assistance, you can't stay in the country, as Jure said, your terms are acceptable.
It's time to go.
If you're not productive enough, if you're not providing some sort of good or service or working towards something that's going to improve our society, then what exactly am I crying about that you're saying you got to go home?
Last night, watching the World Series and also watching Erica Kirk and J.D. Vance down at Ole Miss. J.D. Vance had a very nice, looked to be an Indian woman come up, and his wife's Indian. So, I mean, they had, and she was very pleasant. But she was like, well, what do you mean you want to limit people coming to the United States? He was like, I want to limit people coming to the United States.
Let me say it more for you in the back.
And she was as sweet as she could be, but she could not wrap her head around that.
So this is the issue, and we talk about what Florida man does. All right, Florida man is always like, hold my beer, things are going to get crazy.
I'm going to wear these jean shorts and get sideways.
It's a little different when you've got a guy like Ron DeSantis, who yesterday was like, yeah, see these visas? We're not even doing these. And if we can't fill this with Floridians, then we'll make an adjustment. Because the problem has been within corporate America, and this has gone on now for the better part of about 15, 20 years, and we're now seeing the fruits of this labor. What has gone on is we've used our visa program to essentially take the American worker who was typically demanding 20 or 30% more, replace him with a foreign worker, and then basically tell the foreign workers, call your cousins.
Which is exactly, and J.D. Vance addressed that specific thing last night, if I'm not mistaken, with that same lady that I brought
and
up.
So, and you bring up, because a lot of this is technology oriented, where you do have, and the numbers are what they are, where you have many of these companies where it becomes where here's a large amount of Indians and they're only hiring other Indians. And part of it is because we can get them for less. Than the American worker.
Yeah, we can outsource.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. Even if we can't get them here, we're going to outsource and use people in other countries to undercut American workers.
So you're using your visa process to artificially drive down wages. Now, if you're bringing people over and they're getting the same amount of money, then by all means, it's you versus another person, and that's how it is. But you have a large amount of these tech companies and large amount of corporate America that have used this program to artificially drive down wages for Americans and for workers in general in the industry.
Yeah. That cannot exist. Not if you're America first. And J.D. Vance, I think he probably hurt some feelings last night when he says, we are going to be America first. And there were people coming up asking him questions. He took questions unscripted for an hour, and a lot of them were about immigration. A lot of them were about job opportunities. There were so many things. And he was so good on his feet, dude. I was so impressed by him. That dude was rapid fire. Can you imagine? I mean, I don't.
Well, yeah, the previous administration was not going to be capable of that.
Either one of them.
No, Kamala Harris would have had a real problem with what J.D. Vance was doing.
She would have had a rum and coke.
But this also speaks to, and I think this is a soft launch, because remember,
For sure.
what did we have to start the week?
Yep.
Donald Trump talking about what the potential ticket is.
Yep.
this is a soft launch. We do have the Trump administration talking about having very similar to when we have the RNC, when we have a national convention leading up into a general election. They're talking about doing one leading into the midterms. So to create that excitement, create that turnout, talk to the country for 3 or 4 nights about what we have available and what we're bringing, what our vision's going to be. I think J.D. Vance is that all right, you're next, and let's see what you look like out there, because when you rapid fire people like Gavin Newsom, there's not a lot of answers there.
No, you're right. JD had answers for everyone. The lady that I brought up asked, and he joked about it. He's like, I'm going to try to answer the best I can all 15 of your questions, because she just went for one. I even saw at Know It All Mom, Stephanie, she must have been watching at the same time I was, and she was like, good heavens, how many questions do you have? Let somebody else ask a daggum question.
And by the way, and this speaks to what J.D. Vance was bringing up, if you're America first, does that not entice you to be American?
Yes. Even though Mamdani says I'm not an American at all.
Imagine if you've come to this country, you've come here as a student, you've come here on a work visa, and all you're thinking to yourself is, it'd be great to be an American.
Because they're looking out for
And
Americans.
now let's work to be an American.
Which would lead people to assimilate, which has been a bad word for 25 or 40 years. Whatever it is. Long time. Tug and Los until 10, 6 o'clock hours, brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, crazy lib white lady Jennifer Welch, she's a podcaster, says the left needs to get down with violence or they're next. Wow. Next on Xtra 106.3.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Xtra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Xtra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Xtra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
The federal EV tax credit may have expired, but the fine folks at Jim Ellis Chevrolet aren't letting that stop you from getting big savings on a new electric vehicle right now.
Jim Ellis Chevrolet is offering up to $6,000 in lease savings on select new Chevy Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models.
Why? Because Jim Ellis Chevrolet knows value matters. That's why they're stepping up with exclusive offers to keep you moving forward. With electric vehicles that are made smart, capable, and affordable.
But here's the catch. This offer is only good through October, and it's only available on a limited number of EVs. When they're gone, so don't wait.
Find your new EV at JimEllisChevrolet.com or stop by Jim Ellis Chevy on Peachtree Boulevard just inside the perimeter.
Jim Ellis Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Up to $6,000 in lease savings applies to in-stock Blazer EV, Equinox EV, and Silverado EV models. Limited quantities available. Some restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. Offer expires October 31st, 2025.
Donald Trump's America.
The government shutdown has put food assistance at risk for more than 40 million people, with the Agriculture Department warning funding for SNAP, the food stamp program, has run dry.
But my understanding is that funding is not going to continue, and there is nothing we can do about it.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins tells the Fox News Rundown from Washington podcast some states have already stopped distributing the benefits, and while some agencies are tapping reserve funding to pay employees, Rollins says that's not an option for USDA.
So we've tapped that out. I mean, it was sort of a miracle that we even got to this point, to be honest with you.
But Democrats in Congress reject that argument and say there are contingencies to at least partially fund SNAP. More than 24 states, led by Democratic governors and attorneys general, are suing the Trump administration over suspending the program. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
It's October 30th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Candy Corn Day. According to folklore, Philadelphia candy maker George Reniger invented the revolutionary tricolor candy in the 1880s. Some describe it as waxy and sickeningly sweet, and others just can't seem to get enough of this seasonal treat. Celebrate by gobbling up a bunch of candy corn. On this day in 1938, during the radio broadcast H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, narrated by Orson Welles, allegedly caused a mass panic. In 1940, the film premiere of One Night in the Tropics, the first film from the comedy team Abbott and Costello. It debuts in Paterson, New Jersey, and includes a shorter version of their famous Who's on First routine.
Look, all I'm trying to find out is what is the fellow's name on first base. Oh, now, wait a minute. Let's straighten that out. What is on second? I'm not asking you who's on second. Who is on first? I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. Now, we're not talking about...
How did I get on third base?
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Streaming across Georgia on the Extra 106.3 app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Extra 106.3.
On a scale of 0 to 10, it was a 12. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump says about his sit-down with China's leader, wrapping up his trip to Asia and South Korea.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader.
The president said that on Air Force One flying back home after their talks eased trade tension, cutting tariffs on Chinese imports.
President Trump says the tariffs are lowered effective immediately.
It was 57, now it's 47. Because we reduced it by the fentanyl.
20% of that was punishment for China not doing enough to prevent fentanyl from reaching the United States. That's cut in half. He's also suspending port fees on Chinese ships. China will put on hold for at least a year export controls on rare earth minerals and immediately start buying American soybeans again.
Fox's Chris Foster. The president also told reporters he's directed the War Department to resume nuclear tests immediately.
We have more nuclear weapons than anybody. We don't do testing. We've halted it many years ago. But with others doing testing, I think it's appropriate that we do also.
Now, the U.S. military has taken on another suspected drug boat. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announced it on X, posting video of the explosion, killing 4 people he calls narco-terrorists off the Venezuelan coast. The 14th strike in this operation that has left 61 alleged illegal drug traffickers dead. More than a week after the jewelry heist at the famous Louvre in Paris.
French authorities announcing today 5 more arrests in connection with that robbery, including one they call the prime or main suspect, maybe the ringleader. Remember, there were 4 people who broke into the upper floor window of the museum. They made off with $100 million worth of French crown jewels.
Fox's Greg Palcott. For a 30th straight day, the government shut down. Federal workers unpaid. Millions of Americans may lose food stamp assistance starting Saturday.
This is all about a leverage point for political purposes.
Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen blames Democrats. Democrats blame Republicans. America's listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation honors America's heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Warrant Officer 1 Stuart Waymond. After joining the Army, Stuart graduated from Army Aviation School and had a distinguished career until a mid-air collision during a training exercise took Stuart's life. He leaves behind his wife Kira and their 3 sons. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on Stuart's family home. Help more families like Stuart's. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
No traffic, no big deal. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
You see, they're centering the message here, Tug. We were watching it in real time on Morning Joe.
The Mentalist, Oz Perlman, which I had not really known much about until he was on ESPN's College Game Day with the University of Georgia, and he did this whole bit with Nate Frazier, and he was able to narrow down and tell Nate Frazier what pre-K he went to.
Yes, he told him to think about what pre-K he went to and what the name is.
And then there it was. And then it gets better. He takes off his hat or whatever the head
Nate
covering,
Frazier was wearing.
Yeah, whatever he was wearing. And the name was written on his forehead. And Nate was like, I swear I didn't tell him. I swear. I was blown away by this. And you said you saw him on Rogan, and tell him what one of the guests or one of the friends of Rogan told him.
So part of what was going on for 3 hours is Oz Perlman. He's got a book out now called Read Your Mind. And by the way, as I'm saying, they're centering the message. MSNBC is making a point. Let's do more entertaining stuff.
Yeah, let's be fun. This is the first entertaining segment I think I've seen.
In like prime hours?
Maybe ever. And we keep it on all the time.
Open up their 7 o'clock hour, and here's Oz Perlman. And it was Cameron Crowe the other day.
Yeah.
I'm like, they're getting away from the hardcore politics. I'm telling you. That's where things are going.
MS Now.
That is what is happening.
It's going to be more entertaining.
So the fun aspect of Oz Perlman, and he does this corporate training, and he does a lot of sports teams. But one of the things he did with Joe Rogan was Rogan ended up texting somebody, and Oz Perlman was able to figure out by reasonable deduction who it was. And by the time you find out, it was to his friend Shane Gillis, the other comedian. And Shane Gillis had responded back to Rogan by telling him, when he said, "I'm here with Oz Perlman," Shane Gillis said, "He's a witch. You need to kill him."
That's a great response. And if you watch him, you might believe that, because he's good at what he does. I don't.
It's a great act.
I don't understand the act. I wish I could figure it out, but
there's not. It's very difficult.
Yeah,
because there's so many tells that he's picking up from you, and so is he reading your mind? Well, he's reading your tells.
Yeah,
all of them in real time.
He's reading something.
Yeah,
he's definitely doing that. But you're right. Yeah, no mention of the shutdown. It's all the mentalist. Oz Perlman joins Morning Joe, and they're laughing and they're cutting.
They're having a good time on
pulling each other's
Thursday.
finger.
Hey, everybody! Yeah,
this is great.
I'm telling you, earlier this week we had Cameron Crowe talking about his books and his movies. This message is getting away from, and I don't know if this is producer oriented, but we're seeing it in real time.
Well, we know they're changing at the beginning of the year, so this is the shift, right? The shift is just happening. They don't want it to be abrupt. They want it to be gradual. But by the time January rolls around, or whatever that date is that they drop MSNBC and go MS Now, that it's new and shiny and everybody's laughing. We're not mad anymore.
You got to get away from that toxic environment of this anger.
Dude, I know.
Like, why do we laugh on this show so much, even when we talk about things that are difficult to discuss? It's because I think we're both kind of happy warriors.
Yeah, man.
Like, we talk about serious things, but we're also having an optimistic view and trying to have a good time with it.
I want to be happy. I don't want to be miserable. I don't want to be like my Aunt Peg.
I don't want Tarloff face.
No.
Poor Jessica. I hear she's a nice lady. And she just sits there just looking mad all the time.
Always pissed. And if you watched MSNBC up until this week, they've been furious, pissed. That's why their ratings are so bad, because nobody wants that. That's why The Mentalist is a interesting story, and people are interested in that book. Why do people watch mindless television? To check out.
They're giving you a little. Again, Oz Perlman is awesome. Like I said, it's fun to watch his act.
Yeah, great.
But the reason why you're getting it to open up their 7 o'clock hour, they're moving. They're moving from where they've been. We'll watch. I'm going to be looking for more signs of this.
Yes, that's right. More tells, if you will.
More tells from Oz Perlman. I'm picking it up. I'm seeing what you're putting down.
In the gambling world, that's what they call it. So those tells me.
Man, he's coming around. I got Tug starting to use
gambling language.
Stack deck, pot committed.
All of it. I used that yesterday.
The turn in the river. We got some stuff going on here.
You don't know what's happening around here. You think it's just MSNBC changing? No, we are too.
Tug's changing.
We are too. I want to go back, though, to one woman who is very angry.
The epitome of what it looks like when you're this angry.
Ooh.
And who knows? Maybe she's a nice lady to her dogs or her cats.
Doubtful.
It's hard to imagine because she's angry every single time they post these.
She's this podcaster named Jennifer Welch. Maybe you've not heard of her. She's kind of new on the scene a little bit. I mean, she's doing podcasts for a while, but her name keeps popping up because she is a crazy white liberal woman of the worst kind.
There's a lot of, I'm going to just use this word. She doesn't mind being in the vial.
No, that's right.
Like, what is the ugliest part of politics that I can get involved in and talk about and celebrate? And that's where she's swimming. She's swimming in that vile mess.
So she basically tells the Democrats, and this woman is crazy hard left. She tells the Democrats, get on board with this violence and wanting conservatives dead. Because if you don't, you're next. And let me set the scene here. She's going to play a video. You won't be able to see it, but you'll be able to hear her talking. She's playing a video of a protester celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, and then she goes into her rant.
Finally, if you think this Zoran thing is happening just in New York, and you think people are waking up only in New York City, you're mistaken. Look at this clip of a wine mom at the No Kings March. Play the clip.
Whatever his name was?
Charlie Kirk, ma'am?
Yeah, him is horrible. Horrible.
Charlie Kirk is horrible?
Yes, I'm glad he's not here.
You're glad he's dead?
Yes.
Why would you say something like that, ma'am?
Because he was horrible on the campuses, the college campuses. Horrible person.
You know what? I do the exact same thing.
Well,
would you be glad if I would die?
Maybe. I'd have to think about it.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Your friend just said she'd be happy if I died.
So listen up, Democratic establishment. You can either jump on board with this or we're coming after you in the same way that we come after MAGA. Period. Stop taking AIPAC money. Go on an I'm sorry I took AIPAC money atonement tour if you want to stay in power. Stop missing out on these big rallies. Hakeem and Chuck should have been front and center introducing the next mayor of New York City, but no, they wouldn't show up because they're that are beholden to the same corporations that helped Donald Trump get elected.
See, this lady wants to she's planting the seed. You get on board with this violence that will take place, that has taken place, and will continue, or you're the next target.
Well, let's have a discussion about this, because I've been told that this mentality is the minority.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
She makes herself out to be the majority.
And if you listen to the people that she played, yes, I want Charlie Kirk dead. Yes, I want you dead. Talking to the young woman who said you should be ashamed of yourself. I don't care. I want you dead.
Now, understand where this comes from when it comes to Jennifer Welch. I mean, outside of the podcast environment and being a lifelong Democrat, she's also an atheist. Now,
imagine that.
You wonder where that morality is. And the fun part is when she started the podcast, it started with another woman, and it was about their marital struggles. Like, are you serious? It's hard to stay married to you?
No. You seem like a bundle of joy.
I think I know where the box wine and the cats come from.
I know why they got the mentalist on this morning and not her.
But that is why the Democrats are going to have to decide. Every Democrat will have to decide. Is she the minority or the majority? Because she is pinning herself as the majority of the rest of y'all don't know your way. You got to get on board with this. That's her message. And yeah, it's a message of violence, but it's a message of you in power are not where the rest of us are. We're violent. We are incorporating this meanness, this violence, this anger.
We're just fine with it.
We're just fine with it. So which one is it going to be, Democrats? Is she the minority of thought or the majority of thought?
Yeah, you're at the fork in the road.
Because I keep trying to tell you it's a majority of thought. You have to prove me wrong.
That's right. They may not all say it out loud. She is for everybody else.
Why does she have a forum? Why is this not being rejected outright?
Why is this continuing to grow? Why is she getting more and more publicity? Why is she getting more and more press? Why is she being shared more, discussed more?
I mean, we take guys like the Nick Fuenteses of the world, and we put them in a little box, in a little cage, and we're like, that dude is way out there.
Stay over there.
He's way on the fringe.
Stay over there.
Yeah, he's way on the fringe. You're not celebrating him. In fact, the only time he gets any sort of real push is when we go check the box to see, hey, are you still crazy? All right, yes. I just wanted to see if you're still crazy.
Yes, I will.
And we go check on him, like to feed him a little bit and see if he's still crazy. And the answer is yes. This is totally different in terms of what's happening with Jennifer Welch, where it's how vile can you be? This is how we're fighting. This is what we're celebrating. This is what we're about.
And for her, she knows if they go after, let's say they did go after a Democrat the way that they go after Republicans being violent, she knows the mainstream media is going to try to spin it for her. She knows that she won't get the blame. She knows the left won't get the blame. They're still trying to tell you that school shooters are Trump Republicans. The mainstream media still runs with that.
This is going to have to be a collective, not for us. We already have our ducks in a row.
Yeah.
We call out crazy when we call out crazy. Like right now, Candace Owens, a lot of people are pointing out going like, man, she's gone way off the deep end. Like you live in a world of everything is tinfoil hat, then you tend to start getting a little crazy. I mean, that's the mentality.
Yeah.
they celebrate their crazy.
Yeah.
Like they bathe in it.
Yeah.
Like they can't wait to show it.
That's right. Yes,
that woman's
happy.
nuts.
Yes, I'm happy Charlie Kirk's dead, and she couldn't wait to show the video.
To tell you this is the mentality we should have.
This is what we need.
And if you don't get on board with this, we'll come after you next.
You are next. Dude, that is a scary place to be, but that's the Civil War, though, right?
That is the Civil War. Now, I get it. When you are, let's say, you're Elder Cuomo, you've been the governor of New York. And by the way, after he killed all the grannies and the grandpas, the only reason that he went away is for bad touch. Come on. Like, the Democrats really got caught up in the whole Me Too thing because nobody's invented bad touch like the older Democrat. It's been part of the party. Bad touch is part of it.
Joe Biden, as demented as he was, he was still running around sniffing people's hair.
Rolling around with bad touch.
Touching people inappropriately.
But I want to have you hear from Cuomo, and this is what he ended up saying as of about 24 hours ago. Now, there's a little bit of life here. Because of the comments that Mamdani has made about how your police enforcement is tied to the IDF and that boot was tied by Israel. I mean, so many things that are anti-Semitic. There's a little bit of room there where suddenly there's a lane. But I want to point out when I say that the Democrats are currently in a civil war, this is what I'm talking about. Listen to Cuomo.
The truth is there's a quiet civil war going on in the Democratic Party right now. You have an extreme left, radical left, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Mamdani is just the banner carrier for that movement, versus the mainstream moderate Democrats. They now call me moderate. They used to call me liberal. Now I'm a moderate because the whole party shifted. And that's what this election is about. It is that civil war. I believe that far left will destroy the Democratic Party. I believe it will destroy the Democratic Party nationwide if that far left becomes dominant.
So you have Andrew Cuomo, and again, it's in the interest of his own political life, so he's going to say what he's going to say.
Of course.
Admittedly.
Yeah, I don't trust him as far as I can see him.
But he's also pointing out what has now become obvious to many people in Democrat circles, that the older Democrat that has been leftist, suddenly they're not far left enough. As he said, I'm a moderate now. And that's true of what we've seen with the older Democrat. The person that used to be known as, they're a Democrat. You know what? They're socially liberal. Maybe they have a little bit of a, when it comes to spending, they'll figure it out. They're a little bit more socially oriented.
They got a little commie in there.
Now it's turned into full-blown far left to where people like Jennifer Welch are getting the attention and people like Andrew Cuomo are being left behind by a full-on far radical left. That's the civil war on the left.
Chuck Schumer going to be the same way.
Chuck Schumer's getting caught up in it right now.
He is going to be, they're going to blow him out.
Why do you think he's trying to hold on to power?
Course.
Why do you think we're still in this shutdown? Because if this is not between Republicans and Democrats. It really isn't. This is between
Democrats and Democrats.
Far left Democrats and the centrist, more centrally oriented Democrats.
Which is, please, as you listen, don't be misguided. He is a crazy lefty loony in Cuomo.
But not far enough.
Not far enough. But for our taste and for our flavor, believe me, he is as left. I mean, look at what he did when he ran New York. He was awful. He was terrible. And he's the better option? For the Democrat, he's the better option.
See, I think there's a significant difference in the two here. You have people like Chuck Schumer, like Andrew Cuomo. You have people there that are first and foremost interested in power. And now that's shared across the left, okay? Like interested in power, just like we have people interested in power. The difference is what happens when you are unwilling in the interest of power to negotiate. The centrist Democrat is like, all right, this is what we got to do.
Yeah, sure.
The far left Democrat is no, never.
We're planting
ever. Because when you're a communist, it's all about the revolution. There is no such thing as negotiation.
Yeah, and the revolution never ends.
Negotiation ends at the barrel of a gun.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how they operate. Why do you think we've seen the political violence on that side that we have seen? So you have people like Andrew Cuomo that are like, how do we put this genie back in the bottle? Too late.
Yeah,
okay?
That's
and
impossible.
Chuck Schumer, he's still looking to negotiate. The far left has zero interest in negotiating.
Look at what's happening in Europe, and we're always 5 years behind Europe in what they do. It doesn't matter with immigration, doesn't matter with laws, the trans issues. We're always about 5 years behind. Look at the chaos that's happening over there. It can get here really, really quick.
Well, then that's the importance of Donald Trump and the rest of this movement, because you have so many people throughout Europe that continue to point at us and like, why aren't we doing what they're doing?
Yeah, why aren't we pivoting?
And there are pockets where that is now happening. Ireland's one of those areas of, seriously, why do we keep going left? Ireland for the Irish. And that's supposed to be some sort of racist trope.
Right. Yeah.
No, it's just what it is. Donald Trump is right now, along with what I believe will be the future with J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. That is the brakes on this thing. We're getting out in front of it before you are. The globalist movement will not be allowed to happen here as long as we have these people in charge.
Fingers crossed, because the cancer that is socialism and communism, when it starts growing in New York, man, it is going to be problematic for the United States of America. That's my fear. I'm so glad. Can you imagine if we didn't have Donald Trump in office with that happening in New York? It would be all gas, no brakes. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. When we come back, you thought Biden was president for 4 years? It wasn't even close to 4 years. Next on Extra 106.3.
Get the latest breaking news and insight from the biggest conservative voices in the South when you follow Extra 106.3 across all your social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, X, Instagram, and YouTube at Extra 106.3.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. So when we go through days or weeks of volatility in the market, Sean, it's hard to know what to do. What can you tell us?
The biggest thing is don't panic or make immediate decisions with your money. Take those emotional concerns out of the middle of it. Look, markets cycle regularly. Market corrections and bear markets are a normal part of the cycle. They're just part of the plan that are going to be accounted for. If you feel nervous when you read the headlines about big drops in the market, you might not know enough about how your money is positioned. That's why it's important to get the right guidance on a financial plan for your retirement.
Tell us about the offer you have for our listeners.
All right, so now's the time to start, folks. Looking ahead and identifying if you have too much risk in your portfolio. That's the first thing. We have a helpful little resource for our listeners today. We call it the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit. You can get it today by calling or texting WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped put together this just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And at the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement, plus guides on major topics like investments, Social Security, income planning, taxes, and so forth of the key components of retirement. So if you want to get this information in your hands today, call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200.
Take advantage of this offer and get your Retire Happy Framework today. Just text WISE to 770-802-2200. The team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy Framework to you right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Firm does not provide tax services.
A born leader never rests. The GLE SUV continues to advance its legacy with intuitive technology, rich refinement, and all-hybrid power, including a plug-in model. From safety to style, leadership is a GLE family value. Get an exceptional offer on the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 SUV. Just $759 per month for 36 months with $62.13 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models during the RBM of Atlanta's fall sales event, now through October 31st. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta, Sandy Springs through October 31st, 2025. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia Lemon Law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit us at rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Over the past 9 years, Stovall has raised over $400,000 for the National Breast Cancer Foundation through our Pinktober fundraiser. Join us again this October in supporting their mission for helping women now as they face breast cancer. All proceeds of our selection of pink plants, as well as 10% of all Rainbird irrigation sales, will be donated directly to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Customers can also donate in person at any Stovall location and receive a free gift. Visit any Stovall store or check out our website at StovallInc.com to find out more.
This is Governor Brian Kemp. Georgians are used to affordable, reliable energy because of the good work of the Public Service Commission. As your commissioner, Tim Eccles secured a 3-year Georgia Power rate freeze and made sure our state's growth isn't hitting your wallet. Tim's keeping rates down and money in your pocket and standing against the Democrats who want hardworking Georgians to pay over $800 more per year. Keep Tim Eccles in the fight by voting early or on Election Day, November the 4th.
Georgians First Leadership Committee paid for this ad.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 30th. A manhunt for a Marietta man is over after police arrested 26-year-old Farron Banks in Gwinnett County on Wednesday. Banks was wanted for allegedly shooting and killing his stepfather, 58-year-old Michael Jackson, on Monday evening. Banks had been on the run, abandoning his car in Atlanta. Police tracked his location to Gwinnett County, and he was arrested without further incident after the Gwinnett police mobilized their SWAT team. The skies may soon be buzzing above one metro Atlanta city. The Woodstock City Council voted to approve a permit for the drone company Wing to allow them to make deliveries to customers from Walmart. According to Wing, each drone weighs 11 pounds and can carry up to 2.5 pounds of items. There's no current timeline on when deliveries are expected to begin. And several Georgia-based nonprofits are gearing up to send aid to Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa hit the island at a Category 5. The Friends of Disabled Adults and Children, based in Tucker, is sending medical supplies and oxygen equipment to field hospitals. Power has been knocked out to 75% of the island. Today's weather mostly cloudy but dry with a high of 55. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Los, me and Jere were talking about this earlier. He had you just heard in the headlines where Walmart and Woodstock going to have the drones delivering some things. The drones are 11 pounds and the delivery's up to, 2.5 pounds, whatever.
What could go wrong? I love it.
That thing went over my house. Boom! Somebody with a shotgun going to take them out. Oh, man. This is going to be entertaining. This is going to be fun for the entire country. I have a feeling.
I get it. You don't want anything like flying over your house and monitoring your home. Can't we just let it go if it's just moving?
No. Yeah, the answer should be yes.
Yes.
But the answer will be no. I'm telling you, there's some of them good old boys. He's going to be out there in overalls and a ball cap, probably a trucker-style cap. He's going to have a cigarette dangling off of his lip. Not holding it. You know, they just dangle. Like, how in the world does that stay up there?
Not even lit.
That's right. Well, and then he's going to be like, if that SOB comes over my house again, he's gone. He's gone. I'm going to get him. I can hear it now. I can see this playing out because I grew up with people like that. Not that they're bad. They're wonderful folks.
It's supposed to be a 6-mile radius from the Walmart on 92. Now, most of that is pretty suburban, pretty, regular, just suburban people.
I've been through that area tons of times. Yeah.
There are some pockets, though. You get over to Dixie Speedway.
Sir.
You get into some certain corners of the county.
That's my people.
This might not be good.
That's my people.
There's going to be some drones come up missing.
That's right.
Like, I'm just going to ask that whole community out there, can't we just act right?
No.
We do.
Well, they would say they are.
I guess they'd be.
They're like, what are you talking about?
Protecting me and mine.
That's right, exactly.
From the Walmart drones.
Gets over my neighbor's house and we'll shoot it down over there, too.
Honestly.
China's here!
What?
That's right, China's here, right?
What do I need that a Walmart drone would have to drop me? I mean, aren't I paying some sort of premium on that just to be like, look what I did?
I have to imagine it is like... Maybe before you go to bed, I don't have any toothpaste. Let me get some toothpaste.
Let me get the Walmart drone. Yeah, it's not a lot, right? No.
Yeah.
First time the battery goes dead on one of these things and it touches down on 575. Boom, boom, boom. Pickup truck's just going to be
running it over. Dude, with the toothpaste splattered all over the pavement.
I mean, I'm pretty lazy when I go to Amazon to be like, I need some more deodorant because I just didn't feel like going to go get deodorant.
Oh, dude, I do it all the time. Same here. I recognize it a couple days out. Do I want to go to the store? Not really.
This is not the Jetsons' future that I was hoping for. I mean, flying cars, yes.
Oh, dude, I think we're getting there probably faster than we realize. It's not. It didn't look like the TV show. Although they're doing do you see that doing a live action of the Jetsons? And I think I read Jim Carrey's going to be George Jetson.
Oh, that's actually good casting.
I swear, I think that's
poor Jim Carrey.
Yeah,
he's at that point now where it's any role.
That's right.
The last thing he did was Sonic the Hedgehog. He was Dr. Wily or whatever.
He's been that through all those movies. He's He's got bills, man. He's got bills.
Yeah, look, we all do, don't we?
He's going to go to the Nick Cage route.
Yeah. Jim Carrey. That'd
be fun.
Yeah, I love the Jetsons. We'll see how. As good as he did with the Grinch, and he's got that ability to do that, I think he may be able to pull it off.
I just go back to, if you were going to test this out in Georgia, Cherokee County is not where I would start in Cobb or maybe North Fulton or something like that. Somewhere.
Nah. Well, they need to. What are we up against? They need to put themselves right in the line of fire to make sure it goes well, or goes. I don't know about well.
So Jim Carrey was worth $300 million at his height.
Wow, $300 million.
It's estimated he's still worth $180. All right, but
how do you lose that much money?
Part of it is in real estate. It does mention that. So he had a Los Angeles mansion. Mm-hmm. Now it's sold for $17 million, but the asking price was $28. So you got to imagine it was probably somewhere right around that ballpark.
Yeah.
Sold for $17 million, so he lost $11 million in the deal.
He's still doing all right.
He's still going to be all right.
Yeah.
But he's still doing Sonic movies.
Yeah, but look, that easy. You don't. I mean, you just you go in and do your voiceover and you go home. You don't have.
Oh no, it's live action. His part.
Oh, Sonic is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, I thought it was cartoon for some reason or CGI or something. So yeah, then there you go.
I'm asking AI, why is Jim Carrey doing Sonic movies?
And the answer?
He bought a lot of stuff, and I need the money, frankly.
Dude, he's got, what'd you say, 120? Is that what he's about, $120 million?
That's what it says, worth like $120 million, $180 million.
I think he's doing.
It also says he enjoys playing the character.
I believe that about him.
In a blunt admission, he needs the money. Carrey said he needs the money, having bought a lot of stuff.
Yeah. With $120 million in the bank, I think you're fine. I think he just enjoys that stuff. It's not serious. It's just, I think he had his moment of being serious with Andy Kaufman and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Yeah.
Truman Show was great.
Truman Show, those were the serious. And now I think he's on the other. He's back to
he's not doing
comedy,
slapstick craziness or anything else anymore. I mean, we got a weird Dumb and Dumber 2.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see it.
I couldn't bring myself to ruin the original for me.
Yeah, I had no interest. But anyway, so yes, we'll see how that all. If that comes to fruition, if the Jetsons movie, I love the Jetsons.
It's just going to be like that in Cherokee County coming soon.
Yeah, it just sounds like Locust. It's the Locust the Bible's talking about. I hear it now. Joe Biden was not president. You must understand, he was not president for 4 years. I know you're thinking, well, what do you mean? He was in there for 4 years. I know he was in there for 4 years. I lived through that torturous 4 years, Los, but not the case at all.
I have two pieces of audio to play you because the question's going to be, well, why are people still looking into the Biden administration? Why are you still researching the auto pen? And the reason why is that we can never allow this to ever happen ever again. These people need to be so far away from power. What they did with it was egregious. We haven't even touched on the stuff that we're finding out about Jack Smith.
Holy cow.
And the level of investigation that they launched into not only regular people around the country. We knew about that. You're in our schoolhouses.
Yeah.
You're at our Catholic churches. But to phone tap people like Ted Cruz and then to make sure that the Department of Justice, hey, he's under investigation for espionage, so make sure you don't tell him that we tapped his phone.
You cannot tell him.
It's as filthy as it gets. So what basically happened is Joe was the figurehead from very early on. From the moment he fell off that bicycle, he was no longer in charge. So I want you to listen. So this was from one of your congressional hearings. This is Theodore Wold, and he is talking about what they've found so far during this committee investigation. And then we're going to play another piece of audio right off of this. So take a listen to what he was talking about during their investigation of the auto pen.
When the president signs, he communicates his assent and endorsement of the action he takes. The auto pen is a device that signs the president's signature to a document. The oversight project, of which I am a board member, has discovered that the Biden White House deployed an auto pen to affix President Biden's signature to pardons, prison commutations, executive orders, and presidential proclamations. The Oversight Project's research has found that the Biden White House first deployed the auto pen to affix President Biden's signature to a proclamation on day 5 of his administration, and that there were at least 3 different auto pen signatures in use throughout President Biden's tenure in the White House. In June 2022, the Biden White House began deploying the auto pen to sign clemency warrants and executive orders. Auto pen use skyrocketed from there. We found that of the 51 clemency warrants issued during the Biden presidency, over half, 32 in total, were signed with an auto pen. And these include some of the most controversial acts of clemency of the Biden presidency, including death row commutations and the preemptive pardons of members of the Biden family, Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, and more that were issued in the final days of the Biden presidency. We reviewed President Biden's schedule in his publicly available media and were unable to find any record of President Biden's personally approving these actions, such as a statement issued by the president himself to reporters.
So 5 days in, the auto pen is being executed all over the administration. And as you're seeing, it doesn't look like he had any knowledge of it. Now, here's where I'm going to tell you I know that to be true. Let's go back 1 year ago. You had Speaker Mike Johnson, and he talked about an interaction that he had with President Biden.
We've played this before, haven't we?
We've played this before, but now it's going to link up about just how serious this was. This is Mike Johnson. Now, when we played it initially, we were saying, like, well, Joe's just gone. What we didn't know was that behind the scenes, he was president in name only, that the rest of the crew was running everything, and that he didn't even know about it half the time. Take a listen.
In some ways, I actually kind of feel sorry for Joe Biden. I mean, he's in the twilight years of his life. He is not, obviously has not been in charge for some time. He and I are standing awkwardly in the middle of the Oval Office, right over the rug by that coffee table. And I said, Mr. President, thanks for the moments. This is very important. I got some big national security things I need to talk to you about that I've heard, and I think you know, and what do we do? But first, real quickly, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? I cannot answer this from my constituents in Louisiana. Sir, why did you pause LNG exports to Europe? Like, I don't understand. Liquefied natural gas is in great demand by our allies. Why would you do that? Because you understand, we just talked about Ukraine. You understand you're fueling Vladimir Putin's war machine because they got to get their gas from him, And he looks at me stunned with this, and he said, I didn't do that. And I said, Mr. President, yes, you did. It was an executive order, 3 weeks ago. And he goes, no, I didn't do that. And he's arguing with me. I said, Mr. President, respectfully, could I go out here and ask your secretary to print it out? We'll read it together. You definitely did that. And he goes, oh, you talk about natural gas. Yes, sir. He said, no, you misunderstand. He said, what I did is I signed this thing we're gonna conduct a study on the effects of LNG. I said, no, you're not, sir. You paused it. I know. I have the export terminals in my state. I talked to those people this morning. This is doing massive damage to our economy, national security. It occurred to me, Barry, he was not lying to me. He genuinely did not know what he had signed. And I walked out of that meeting with fear and loathing because I thought, we're in serious trouble. Who is running the country? I don't know who put the paper in front of him, but he didn't know.
Because he didn't sign it. Because he didn't know.
He had no idea.
He had no idea. That's what was happening. So that's why when you have the people that ask, why are they going back and looking at this? Because we should be.
You have to.
You should never have unelected bureaucrats that are running things from on high in the way that was happening. Joe Biden was just the figurehead. It was just the person that they would roll out every now and then. They'd hide his shuffle. They wouldn't let him speak in person.
It's freaking like Animal House in the White House.
And yet, you had every crazy liberal view. Hey, liquefied natural gas? Does that say gas? Yeah. Suspend it.
Get rid of it.
Is that energy? Get rid of it. Suspend it. And he didn't know because he wasn't in charge, and they didn't feel like he needed to know anyway.
They didn't care if he knew one way or another.
How wild.
And how embarrassed
must he have felt
in the moment when he realized. That's why he was angry all the time. Remember, he would pop off and get it. Not only was he getting it from the right, and rightfully so, but his own party was doing him like that.
Well, to me.
And it pissed him off.
You have Barack Obama he understood, I have to keep the crazy leftists at bay. I want to appear as the centrist president, even though he was as Manchurian candidate as it comes. But there's one thing, he didn't open up the borders wide open because he didn't want this part of his legacy.
That's right.
He wanted to be revered. But as soon as it was on Joe,
that's right.
Every crazy leftist dream, every globalist policy, everything that could be done to damage this country was being done from behind the scenes and was being left at Joe's doorstep.
I don't care about his legacy at all.
Not one bit.
Not even a little bit. And everything I want to get done, now I've got the chance
and
to.
He didn't have the strength, the energy, the dexterity to keep these people at bay and keep them in line.
The understanding.
No.
That's when it boils down. He didn't understand what was happening
because they were doing it behind the scenes on him.
Dude, unreal, and they never thought in a million years.
It took 5 days.
Trump's never get well that right 5 days for them to pick up the ball and start running, but they never expected that Donald Trump was going to be elected again ever.
No,
ever.
They thought they were ensuring their own power.
That's exactly right, man. They had already locked Trump up 34 felons. They had already done.
It's fine. He'll never get near this thing
again. Ever. They never thought that we would find out 5 days into his presidency he was no longer the president. You thought it was 4 years, but it wasn't. Now, his name was on it for 4 years, but the decision-making was not his. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. Let's get into that conversation we barely touched on, and that is the surveillance of Republicans, the lawlessness of what was labeled the Joe Biden administration, but we know was just the crazy lefty communist by committee administration. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, October 30th. The Toronto Blue Jays now lead the World Series 3-2 after beating the Dodgers last night 6-1 in pivotal Game 5. The scene now moves back to Toronto for Game 6 and a possible Game 7. Game 6 is set for Friday night. The Atlanta Hawks, they're now 2-3 on the season after beating the winless Brooklyn Nets 117-112. But Trae Young, he was forced to leave the game with a knee injury after having a teammate fall into his leg. Initial reports indicate that his ACL is intact, but Young will have another MRI today. Week 9 in the NFL begins tonight as the Miami Dolphins host the Baltimore Ravens. That kickoff is set for 8:15. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
I don't know what you're planning to spend on gifts for Christmas, but I mean, you get those, the new AirPods Max or whatever, that new Apple Watch or a new iPhone. I mean, those are all expensive gifts to get somebody. And look, you love folks, so that's what you want to do. But what if the gift was, I don't know, almost $30,000? Would you be able to swing that one? Most people can't. I couldn't. But you can give a gift like that by going to southernexteriors.co. They are proud to partner with James Hardy Siding to provide a free siding remodel for one deserving neighbor in need. It can be your home. It could be a family member's home. It could be a neighbor's home or a friend's home. All you need to do, go to southernexteriors.co/nominate, or right there on the top of southernexteriors.co, the red Christmas Give Back button. Click on that and fill out the information. Name, phone number, address, relationship to the nominee, friend, family, whatever. And all that information will be gone through. And they are going to select one family to get up to a $30,000 James Hardy siding, depending on the size of the house, of course. But the point is, somebody's going to be taken care of, and this is going to be one heck of a Christmas gift. A godsend, some might say. southernexteriors.co, a free siding remodel. James Hardy, the best in the business, free siding remodel from Southern Exteriors. southernexteriors.co, southernexteriors.co.
Attention extra listeners. The end of the year is closing in. Are your retirement plans ready? We at Master Plan Retirement Consultants are holistic retirement planners, including income and growth planning, tax strategies, and estate and legacy planning. Each piece of the retirement puzzle must fit together cohesively because we know a change in one area can inevitably affect the others. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. Don't wait. There's still time to adjust your plan before year end. Schedule your complimentary consultation now at masterplanretire.com. Masterplan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Big moments deserve big-time craftsmanship. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family-owned and operated since 1982 because we know what it means to show up when it counts. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, going through 20 elite artisans before it hits your hands. Not mass-produced, not generic, always personal. And with Solomon Brothers, you get lifetime cleanings, unbeatable financing, and the largest Tacori selection in Georgia. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, where love is in the details and legends are built to last. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and official jeweler of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
Hey, this is Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. So things are deceiving sometimes, and it's hard to explain how much money I can really save you. I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. I mean, let's be realistic. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000, but it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%, or really it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. We found a better way for customers to buy a car, an honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. So the beauty of what we do is we don't put you on a car that we have to sell. We put you on a car that you want. And at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car. Call 1-844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Shannon Burke is back on the air in Atlanta. Well, sort of. He's live on The Kimmer Show every Thursday at 5 p.m.
You know, I think what he was able to do, along with Jared Kushner and Witkoff, and the way he got Middle Eastern cut nations to move on some things and realign, it's a masterwork of statesmanship.
Yeah.
Of
course, the over-the-top libs are just saying, well, it's too early to give any credit.
It's exposed them and the Free Palestine people. They're still, hacking American Air Force. They're still saying, go after Trump. They're still they're still saying Free Palestine. He just did it.
Yeah.
Right. Atlanta's biggest conservative voices are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. Glad that you're here. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Listening on the app, I hope, because you can listen live and on demand there. But also streaming on the Extra YouTube channel. Good morning to y'all. 106.3 FM, 1230 AM. Plenty of ways to listen.
Good morning, YouTube.
Yes. Rock on.
I don't want to tell you about our sister station down the hall on the left, but some of their cameras are out of focus, and so whenever you're in the hallway and one of the people starts talking and it goes to that camera, it's just a blur with hair. I was like...
Well, it's not Domino or Cellini.
No. I was like, somebody's got to fix that camera. That one's a little bit out of focus.
Because it can't be them because neither one of them have hair.
No.
That's the dead giveaway, that it ain't one of them.
No, it's sweet, friendly Kelly Kroll that you just see hair from her computer and it's just blurred out. Yeah. Like, poor Kelly.
Yeah. She's such a sweetheart, pretty girl. Great and so entertaining, and glad to have her part of the team.
Really nice person.
Yeah, she's great.
It's fun when you meet people and you kind of have like a preconceived notion based off of watching them, and kind of, like you see them on TV or you see them in an interview.
You're like, reckon if that's really them.
And then you get to meet them and you're like, that person really is super nice.
Yeah.
Like all the time.
It's crazy. I think I've been asked more about her lately, just randomly, than anybody else in the building. Maybe it's just because she's the newest to the staff.
New, yeah.
But everybody's like, well, tell me about Kelly Kroll. How did that all come about? What? And we're hoping maybe one day to get her down here for a small segment.
We have talked about having her in and to do the 5 things that if you do them down the hall, they will vanquish you to over here.
a la front office Lowe's.
So, for instance, don't question the COVID vaccine or COVID policy,
or you'll be
sent
exiled.
over.
You'll be exiled.
They'll be like, see that island with all those misfit toys?
Yeah, that's right.
Go.
That's right. Nobody wants a Charlie in the box.
That's right. But by all means, don't ever accuse the current president at the time of possibly having dementia, or you'll be sent down over here.
Yeah. You'll be like the train with square wheels.
That's right. Yeah, this one doesn't roll right.
It's bad news. And we'll bring up things that they would never down the hall on the left, like the surveillance of 160 Republicans, including Ted Cruz. And then they even went to his service provider at AT&T and says, you cannot tell him, do not.
There was a judge's order that went through.
That's filthy, dude. Filthy.
The more we learn about Arctic frost, and that's the operation that Jack Smith was running. Remember, Jack Smith was, hey, he's just a special prosecutor. It's not really that. And he's removed from the administration. No, the more we're finding out, under the Banana Republic, the administration that was running everything, including the auto pen, was also directing Jack Smith who to go after. And in this case, 160 Republicans that were not only just like investigated. You had groups like Turning Point USA where it was find out everything you can about them. We got to take this thing apart. We were surveilled.
Yeah.
And not only that, Fox News, Fox Business, Newsmax, anyone that was considered an enemy of this group of people or just not compliant, they were going to be investigated. This was, I'm telling you, the most dirty and corrupt administration in the history of this country. That's who was running this thing.
It's why when you hear that Donald Trump is politicizing the DOJ, going after his political enemies, you can hear the giant eye roll out of this room, out of this studio, because we've seen what politicizing the DOJ against your political enemies actually looks like. We thought we had seen it all. You know, with all the crazy stuff that went on with the trials that Donald Trump had to go through, physically being on the court steps and saying, hey, you can't use your First Amendment right. Judge rules. You can't say anything. We thought that was bad. We thought all the stuff, Fonnie Willis, all the stuff in New York, we thought it was all terrible. And it was. We had no idea.
In the way that the Patriot Act, which, by the way, you do have two people that want to get rid of it, Angel Face and AOC. They're comboed up on that one.
Odd pairing.
To get rid of the Patriot Act. In the way that we had no idea that level of surveillance would eventually be turned on us, the American people, which never was intended, never was supposed to be.
I don't know how we missed it, dude, to be honest. Anytime the government's going to have power like that, they're going to use it.
We had 3,000 people dead. And the idea that the reason why we weren't able to prevent it is because we didn't have enough ability to surveil our enemies. Well, let's give them all the ability. Then what happens when your government turns you into the enemy? And so in that regard, the same thing occurred under the guise of election integrity. Arctic Frost used the term of election integrity as to how they would then be able to investigate all these people. Well, why do you need a warrant for that? Well, we're looking into this election integrity.
Yeah, man, this is
why do you need to look into that organization? Well, there's a question about election integrity. That's what they did. They used everything. They created the problem in 2020 with a stolen election. When you questioned the stolen election, they then locked you up. And then they used election integrity as the guise by which they could surveil and look to prosecute organizations and 160, including lawmakers. They were listening in on Republican senators' phone calls.
This is the thing I struggle with.
In the interest of election integrity.
Right, of course. This is the thing I struggle with, and I struggle with it with friends and family when I tell them, your private information is not private. They can get at it every which way, legally, illegally. They can get to your most private conversations, most private information. Why would they want to? Because they need to know who they got to go after. They need to know. And I do believe these companies are compiling this information. I believe, and this is tinfoil hat. Maybe you can call it that. I don't know if you can anymore, really. I think these companies know exactly the information that people like this would be looking for. And they're like, oh, look what we found about Joe Citizen or Ted Cruz.
But this also ends up being the impetus for raiding Mar-a-Lago, all under the guise. They can tell you all about how, no, it was about these documents and these documents that were being sought.
So we know better than that.
It all came back to Arctic Frost, election integrity, and basically removing your opponents off the board.
If they're willing to do that to sitting senators, what would prevent them from doing that to you?
Prison.
Yeah, well, that's the only way. That is the only way. That's why it's so important that we follow this trail. So important that the DOJ punishes the people, because you know it will happen again. And my sweet wife, they know everything about me. I'm like, you're missing the point.
They shouldn't.
Exactly.
That's the point.
And people that are like, we have dear friends, I just want to bury my head in the sand. I don't want to know about this stuff. What are you saying? That makes no sense. You are less than a generation away from losing your freedom. And this should be a glaring spotlight pointing on that fact.
If people do, and this is not about relitigating the past, if people do not go to prison over this stuff, I think the auto pen, getting rid of that, I think, opening up these people to prosecution for what they did. They ran an illegal cartel operation for 4 years, and then they pardoned themselves on the way out the door.
Must be nice.
When they couldn't win.
Must be nice. What a great scenario you found yourself in, right? You get to do all that, and you know nothing's going to happen to you because you got this cool auto pen. You can just pardon yourself at will. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 when we continue. Senate Majority Leader John Thune took what we've been giving you on the Morning Extra down to the Senate floor. Next on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, another guilty pleasure of mine gone by the wayside. I mean, for years, I would wake up in the morning, I would go sit out on the lanai, that's Floridian for porch, listen to the surf, and read some newspapers. Now the problem is finding a newspaper worth reading. I'd still read the AJC. If I was black, I'm white. Very white. So white my teeth don't even show. So I have no need for a black newspaper. I'm left with the New York Post and the Wall Street Journal. Then I used to like to watch some of the videos on YouTube and other places. Can't do that now because pretty certain that everything I'm seeing there is fake. AI fake. I mean, how many times can you read that Sean Hannity, Tiger Woods, Shaquille O'Neal, all of these people have quit their careers and come out of retirement to promote their line of CBD gummies? Give me a break. But there is a nice guilty pleasure out there on the internet. It's called the Babylon Bee. Ever heard of it? BABYLONBEE. Satire news stories. Just 2 Babylon Bee headlines this morning gave me a real good chuckle. One of them, furloughed TSA agents go door to door offering to grope people for free. But sometimes satire has a ring of truth to it. Wouldn't be funny if you couldn't possibly believe it to be true. And that brings me to this Babylon story yesterday. Democrats vow to starve as many food stamp recipients as it takes to get free health care for illegal immigrants. Now, there's a story that has a ring of truth to it. One more. You got to think about this one. Republicans donate $50 million to the Kamala Harris 2028 campaign. Got to think about that one. Okay, I'm through. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
This is Kelly Kroll asking you to step up to the plate for the men and women who have served our country and protected our freedom. The Warrior Alliance, an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, is helping thousands of veterans to achieve success after military service. Either you or someone you know has served and deserves our support. The best way to say thank you for your service is by helping a veteran round the bases on their journey home. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
This is House Call for Health, and it's the final countdown to Halloween. But parents and children are urged to be cautious of novelty makeup for costumes. Face paints can be fun, but they can cause problems, including swollen eyelids or rashes or other reactions. The FDA says using face paint or other makeup can help you see better than wearing a mask, but that you should follow some easy steps, including following the directions carefully. Don't decorate your face with things that aren't intended for your skin. If the face paint smells bad, it could be contaminated and should be thrown away. They also suggest some face paints have specific instructions that while they can be used for your face, they should be kept away from your eyes. And if you're using a product you've never used before, maybe putting a test dab on your arm, for instance, ahead of time to try and make sure you won't have any reactions on your face. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
The U.S. and China might sign a trade deal as soon as next week. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent just told Fox Business.
All the congratulations should go to President Trump. He has a fine relationship with President Xi.
This following the Trump sit-down with China's leader in South Korea today.
I guess on the scale of from 0 to 10, with 10 being the best, I would say the meeting was at 12.
That was the president as he now flies back home as Asia trips over. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson reports from South Korea.
President Trump said China has agreed to immediately purchase large quantities of soybeans, which is great news for American farmers at harvest time. Aboard Air Force One, Trump also said Xi is willing to curb the export of those harmful Chinese chemicals used to make fentanyl. As a result, American tariffs on China will be lowered.
I put a 20% tariff on China because of the fentanyl coming in, which is a big tariff. And based on his statements today, I reduced it by 10%.
The president also told reporters and posted on Truth Social he's ordering the War Department to resume nuclear weapons testing immediately for the first time in 33 years, citing tests adversaries are doing. The U.S. military is taking on another drug boat off the Venezuelan coast, suspecting of carrying illegal narcotics, killing 4 more suspected traffickers.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announcing on social media that the military carried out a lethal kinetic strike on yet another narco-trafficking vessel operated by a designated terrorist organization in the Eastern Pacific. The campaign's left more than 60 people dead so far and destroyed 15 vessels.
That's Fox's Lillian Wu. Hurricane Melissa is now blamed for dozens of deaths from Haiti to Jamaica, where it hit as one of the most powerful storms ever.
For miles upon miles, it is nothing but homes destroyed and people in peril. There is very little limited resources here as far as water and food.
Fox Weather's Robert Ray in St. James Parish, Jamaica. Cuba was also hit. America's listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation honors America's heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Warrant Officer 1 Stuart Waymond. After joining the Army, Stuart graduated from Army Aviation School and had a distinguished career until a mid-air collision during a training exercise took Stuart's life. He leaves behind his wife Kira and their 3 sons. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on Stuart's family home. Help more families like Stuart's. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
What do you say to anyone who still doesn't understand America First? Tell the left now at 404-741-1230 on the Morning Extra.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Good morning. Glad that you're here. About this time, an hour from now, I know it's a bit of a long tease, but the guests are going to be worth it in the 9 o'clock hour. You've got Dr. Rich McCormick, Georgia's 7th District representative, which is actually represents Los and I. He's going to be on the show, but not just him, also House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. They'll be with us at the same time on the show so you can hear about that. And they're definitely going to be focusing on the government shutdown.
Tom wanted the experience, Rich, so I can help deliver that to you.
Tom's like, I keep hearing about this little engine that could down in Atlanta.
These guys, they're kind of out there, but I like their questions.
Yeah, right. They seem to have things together. Not many people do. Let's go down there and talk to them.
Let's go talk to them.
So we'll have them on for about 20 minutes at right about now, next hour. And then after that, Chris Carr, who's running for governor in the state of Georgia, current AG, will join us for the second half hour of the show. So lots to discuss, lots to talk about, and a lot of people that want your ears. To be honest, if we're being completely honest, has nothing to do with them when it comes to us. Like, do they like us? Sure. They think
no, they want to talk to you all.
They want to talk to you.
It's not about us.
Yeah.
It's about you all.
Every time. And we recognize that. We understand that we're giving them access to your ears. So we want to make sure that the people that come on to get your ears are worthy of it.
Yeah, we're in some cases, like there's some people that we get to be friendly with, which is pretty cool. But for the most part, it's a nice business relationship.
Yeah, that's right.
They want access to you.
Yep.
We have a forum for it.
Yep.
But we also have to make sure we have to have good questions so that you get some good information.
That's exactly right. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms.
That's why Tug has his Take No Prisoners tattoo.
It's right there on my chest above my heart.
That's right.
Because that's what I do.
It's his credo.
That's right. That's what I do. I learned that in the Navy. Just take no prisoners. Just like the Navy doing down in Venezuela. With drug boats. Taking no prisoners.
Taking no prisoners.
Things are getting done.
Every now and then when they're, we recovered one. It's like, you allowed one to tell the tale?
Gotcha. All right.
That's the whole idea. You leave one survivor.
Absolutely.
Tell everybody else about what happens.
That way, the other people are like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Maybe this is a bad idea. Yeah. But there's that.
You'll run out of drug runners before we run out of kinetic strikes.
That's right. Or at least people that are willing to sign up for it.
I mean, considering that the left has become the party of warmongering, I can't believe they have such a hard time with actions of war.
Seems like they'd be all about it. The military-industrial complex having to replace those munitions.
Because I ask a very simple question. What exactly are the Russians doing to you that drugs in your community takes somehow a backseat?
I'll wait for the response.
I know you got the Ukraine flag up, and here's what's going on, and Viva Ukraine and all that good stuff. I don't know any Russians that are giving you fentanyl.
Yeah.
Or rolling it into the country.
Nor do I.
Or overdosing your kids.
I know about
your uncle.
I know about the Chinese doing it. I know about weapons caches in Venezuela with the Iranians. Look, there's probably some Russian connection there. I wouldn't. With all the other connections, I'm sure there's something going on.
I'm just asking, are the Russians running drugs into our country?
The answer is no.
On a boat?
Yeah. The answer is no.
So whoever is, you
take those out.
You get the strike.
Let's take those out. 100% correct. Another thing I wanted to bring up is that huge Turning Point USA event last night down at Ole Miss. Over half the student body had signed up to be there, and there was 14,000 people in the building. They had to turn away thousands and thousands and thousands of people that wanted to go to it that weren't students but were willing to come on campus to go, and they just didn't have the space for them, didn't have the room for them. But there was a rebuttal. I didn't realize this. There was a Democrat rebuttal.
So 14,000 in an arena, but we did have a rebuttal from the Democrats.
Yes, we did.
So it's like after the State of the Union speech?
Kind of like that, but where we had 14,000, they had 100. Not 100,000, not 1,000. 100.
Well, I mean, if you go by No King's math, they had 100,000.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Or maybe it was 100 million.
Maybe it was 100.
Yeah.
Because it was 8.
Yeah, that's, you know what? Yeah,
that's no king's
right.
math. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, understand the fuzzy math, as it's called. Understand what's happening. But I was impressed by that. I didn't know that until this morning, that there was the rebuttal that was happening around the same time, and nobody showed up. Because what are you going to go and talk to those fools about? What is it you're going to hear from the communists that's going to make you, yeah, man, this is what I'm all about? Very little. I can't imagine anything. It was but a great event, and we'll get into some of that in a little bit, because I thought J.D. Vance was stellar. I thought Erica Kirk was really good. I'm always so impressed by her strength through her tears. And there was some of that last night, obviously. It's only been 6 weeks since her husband was brutally murdered in front of everyone.
There was a term she used, and it was the permanency of the nightmare.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's laying the groundwork for what you're trying to do, given the scenario that has occurred to you.
Gosh, man.
The permanent scenario that you're not able to escape, that it wasn't somebody else's life. It happened to you and your family.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Jennifer Welch, however, the podcaster that nobody's really heard of until...
Well, she was an interior designer, yes.
Well, yes.
She got to be on TV a little bit.
Yes, because, I'm so into interior design.
And she went full... I don't know what it is.
Full-on brutal communist.
I don't know what it is about that level of anger, that level of hatred. Like, you just see those people, and they just don't look healthy.
She's seething all the time.
Yes.
And even when she's laughing, it's that sinister laugh. Not like a good old chuckle where, like, we get on here, we'll talk about whatever, and we'll get to laughing about it.
Yeah, it's Stripper Thursday.
Yeah, right.
You got to come from a place of good standing to call your show on Thursday Stripper Thursday.
You're close enough to the weekend, but you can't touch it.
That's right. You throw dollar bills at it, can't touch it.
That woman just seethes. And we played the audio earlier. We don't have to play it again, but she was basically saying, Democrats, if you don't get in line, understand we're going after them. And if we have to be violent, we will. And if you don't get on board, you're next.
She's advocating for that level of vile politics. That if you don't jump on board with this level of anger, then we'll turn it on you. It's like, well, that seems like a pretty gross threat coming from a person like that. Whereas the message with Turning Point last night is one of, here's what it means to be an American, to protect America, and then here's what it is to have faith and try and be, I would just say, you're trying to always be a little bit better of a person than you were the day before.
Yeah.
You're not trying to be perfect. Nobody's perfect.
No, and not
It's
going
how
to.
can I be a little bit better than what I was?
Yep.
How can I have this kind of a day where you never know? So I might have made somebody's day because of something small I did.
And Tim Burchett talks about some of the people like Jennifer Welch and their caved-in cheeks. And just says, I'm past the point of being angry at them. And Tim Burchett, of course, is the representative from Tennessee.
He's my UAP friend.
Yes, right. Former mayor of Knoxville.
We haven't met yet, but we will.
At some point, we got to get him on. It'd be great. But he said, I'm past the point of being angry at these people for saying the things that they're saying and doing. He's like, I just want to pray for them. And that's what the whole Turning Point message was.
I just accept that they are, not that we're not all broken, they just a different level of broken. I mean, that woman and Jennifer Welch, say what you want to, she's an atheist. So there is no moral authority higher than hers. That's how she views the world.
Yeah, she assumes that role.
She assumes the role of, I am God. I am the highest form that I'll ever be. So when she rules from on high, you then see what happens when that darkness, that evil, when that manifests, and that's all that really matters. So no wonder she can say the things she's going to. And that's what Burchett is basically saying. Well, I know nothing else but to pray for these people.
Yeah. Because that's what it is, man. That type of rhetoric, that type of vile, we're going to be violent, we're going to kill people, and we're okay with Charlie Kirk being murdered. She played a video. She didn't say it herself, but she played a video so you knew exactly where she was coming from, because she had interviewed or showed an interview of a woman celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. And then the interviewer, a young woman that was interviewing that lady that Jennifer Welch played on her podcast, she's like, do you want me dead too? And she's like, yeah, maybe.
Let me ask you this. I think this will articulate this as best as I can. How many things in your Tug hierarchy, you don't have to list them off, but how many things come before politics? If you were just kind of guessing.
Politics takes that's the back seat.
Okay.
The back seat.
What happens when politics is number one?
You act like Jennifer Welch.
You act like that.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
God, family, those are first and foremost. God first, family, wife and son. That is the hierarchy right there.
Okay. What happens when first and foremost it's because you have to have this sort of fervor for this when it is your politics.
When you're to move the needle in that party.
When you're willing to do anything in the interest of power, including hurt other people. That you will never be called upon to ever have to respond to your actions in the interest of the power of the party.
Never be held accountable.
Right.
Imagine that. They think they're never held accountable on earth, and then because she's an atheist, thinks there's no accountability later either. It's just
you wonder how they're able
to avoid.
As Tim Burchett's pulling it out there, like I'm just praying for them. You wonder why they're able to say and do as they do.
And the interviewer that Jennifer Welch played on her podcast, the interviewer just said, "You should be ashamed of yourself for the things that you're saying." And they're not. But they had just the biggest laugh at that girl for saying that there should be some shame.
Because you know what came out of her? Morality.
Right.
That the person who's being interviewed does not share that.
No.
She thinks your morals, she thinks your ethics, she thinks your guiding principles are stupid. How would you ever... You actually think that there is an invisible hand in the sky waiting to spank you for being a bad person. What a foolish idiot you are. That's how she was talking to her.
Absolutely right. That's 100% the feeling.
But that's why it doesn't matter where it is around the world. Communism and globalism, both of them as very popular around the world these days. Both of them require the removal of religion, to downplay all religion in society or to get rid of it entirely.
So why it's so odd for a lot of people when they see the communists and the Islamists working together. It's just friend of my enemy or enemy of my enemy is mine.
What happened in London the other day where they had that group that was marching through and you had the nutty leftists like, we're on the same side. And they're like, no, we're not.
We're not on your side.
No, because here's the deal. That militant side of Islam, they're doing it for the religion.
Yeah, that's right.
They're looking over at the left going, you don't got one anyway.
That's right.
Like, what are your guiding principles? I'm being guided by God here.
Yeah.
You're busy trying to get purple hair and cut your ween off.
Yeah, we're not the same.
We're not the same.
That's right, man. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. But that's the kind of stuff that is happening
your
in
ween.
Your ween. There's not many times that we say that on the show. That doesn't come up that often, but it did today, and we're glad you're here for it. But that's the thing. We talk about a lot of things on the show that people don't talk about. And John Thune took many of the examples that we use, that we've given you on this show about Democrats and the Schumer shutdown. He took those examples that we've shared with you so many times down to the Senate floor. And it's so damning for those Democrats.
That, of course, is the Democrat leader, Senator Schumer, who said every day gets better for us, commenting about the government shutdown. And my simple observation is, better for who? For you? Because you think you're winning politically? What about the air traffic controllers? What about the TSA agents? What about the American troops? What about our Border Patrol agents? What about the people who work in this building? What about the 40 million Americans that are going to not get SNAP benefits starting on Saturday if the government doesn't open up? But every day gets better, according to Senator Schumer. And then, of course, this last week, there was the House Democrat whip who said, of course, there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have. Of course, there are families that are going to suffer.
Of course.
Yeah, true. But doesn't matter because we got leverage. Then, of course, we have a third one here, one of our colleagues here in the Senate, the senator from Delaware, who said this in an interview. Frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. And although a very unpleasant tool to use. Yeah, it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant unless you're a Democrat who thinks that this gives you a moment of leverage.
That's where it all comes from. It's what it all boils down to. They feel like that is their tool, and it doesn't matter who suffers because it's about the power. This is about what we have, and it's our only leverage, and we're willing to use it against you.
I think this is a culmination of so many different situations going on the Democrat side. You know, Chuck Schumer has to deal with the fact that AOC might primary him and that he's looked at as an old, ineffective leader. So what does he do? Well, let's show that we've got some fight in us. But then you're also beholden to the 18% that fight like hell. You also have fundraising issues. So then it's about, okay, as we had Speaker Johnson point out, all the places that they're trying to send money to. Well, you all know that's just filling their coffers back up. They can't raise any money with the DNC right now. They're in such a bad way. And so this kind of feels like this is the Hail Mary.
Oh, definitely.
This is the let's see what we can create and see if we can get some sort of win. Because right now, all the wins keep mounting up on the administration side. It's not on the side of the Democrats.
And it is infuriating to them.
You know what their win is, Tug? They're about to have a communist take over the greatest city in America.
Woo!
And they're sitting back going, oh, God, no. It's not a win. It's like you can't get anybody in the flyover states to elect your party when this is what's happening. This is not a win for them.
But that 18%.
The 18% is like, yeah.
It's the greatest. The greatest because they are the communists.
And the other 80% is deciding, do I stay here?
Yeah. Or do I get out of this?
Or I'm out of here.
Because as they talk more about communism and socialism, I'm not comfortable with that. Like, I believe in freedom. I believe in the American dream and the American way. And I'm stuck here in this party, but I've been in this party my whole life. What am I supposed to do? You know, I can't not vote Democrat. That's the way my parents voted. That's the way I've been voting my whole life. You mean I got to leave that? Dude, that's what it's boiling down to. Can you imagine, though, just sitting there with that? All you have to do is tell me communism, I'm out. If Donald Trump came out today and said, you know what, we're going the communist route, I'd be gone. I'd be out.
Really big into globalism.
Yeah, I would check out immediately.
I'm an aggressive nationalist.
Yeah, that's right. I would go the exact opposite way. And people are struggling with this, even though it's flying in their face what they should be doing. When we continue, one of Biden's staffers never saw him. Never saw the guy, he says. On Extra 106.3 next.
Extra 106.3 is connected to the Atlanta community with the local officials and candidates that share your values, plus the national perspective from the most trusted name in news like Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, and Atlanta's own Neil Boyds. Proud to be the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and for Stovall, this is a cause that's near to our hearts. We all know someone that has been affected by this terrible disease, and we have partnered with many of our vendors to raise money for this worthy cause. During the entire month of October, 100% of the proceeds of our selection of pink plants, as well as 10% of all Rainbow Irrigation sales, will be donated to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. All Stovall locations will also be giving out free gifts for any donations made in store. For a full list of pink plants, as well as other ways to show your support, check out our website at StovallINC.com.
You need a pre-owned car or truck, but you don't need the headache of searching for one. Spending hours calling dealerships, then spending half the day filling out paperwork.
Come on.
You need the Honest Car Guy.
Hey, this is Tom from the Honest Car Guy. We help you buy your next pre-owned car or truck honestly. We guarantee each vehicle we sell will come with a copy of the bill of sale, showing what we paid for it. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee. Guaranteed.
Get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME-1 or visit honestcarguy.com.
This is Window Nation, your source for affordable replacement windows at the highest quality. So if your old windows have you boiling in the summer and freezing in the winter, you need the pros at Window Nation with installation precision and experience that are second to none. Their custom windows are guaranteed to be a perfect fit, and they're backed by the best warranty in the industry. Go to getwindownation.com or call 866-90Nation for your free estimate. And for a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, plus no payments for 2 years.
This is Governor Brian Kemp. Georgians are used to affordable, reliable energy because of the good work of our Public Service Commission. And as your commissioner, Fitz Johnson secured a 3-year Georgia Power rate freeze and made sure our state's growth isn't hitting your wallet. Fitz is keeping rates down and money in your pocket and standing against Democrats who want hard-working Georgians to pay over $800 more per year. Keep Fitz Johnson in the fight by voting early or on Election Day, November the 4th.
Georgians First Leadership Committee paid for this ad.
This is House Call for Health, and it's the final countdown to Halloween. But parents and children are urged to be cautious of novelty makeup for costumes. Face paints can be fun, but they can cause problems, including swollen eyelids or rashes or other reactions. The FDA says using face paint or other makeup can help you see better than wearing a mask, but that you should follow some easy steps, including following the directions carefully. Don't decorate your face with things that aren't intended for your skin. If the face paint smells bad, it could be contaminated and should be thrown away. They also suggest some face paints have specific instructions that while they can be used for your face, they should be kept away from your eyes. And if you're using a product you've never used before, maybe putting a test dab on your arm, for instance, ahead of time to try and make sure you won't have any reactions on your face. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Military Matters.
National security experts express concern that President Trump has signaled he plans to discuss NVIDIA's Blackwell AI chips with President Xi of China at a summit meeting in South Korea Thursday. NVIDIA says it has been cut out of the Chinese market following China's punitive ban on chip imports in response to President Trump's tariffs. Any renewed offer to export NVIDIA's Blackwell chips could help advance China's AI industry. Meantime, North Korea fired sea-to-surface cruise missiles that traveled for 2 hours near its western coast, just as President Trump landed in South Korea, dimming hopes for a Kim Jong-un meeting.
I always had a very good relationship with him. So, at some point I'll be meeting. The schedule is very tight.
Meanwhile, Russia welcomed North Korea's top diplomat Monday. Pyongyang has reportedly sent 10,000 troops to aid Russia's war in Ukraine, while Moscow helps advance North Korea's satellite and missile programs. For Military Matters in Washington, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 30th. A manhunt for a Marietta man is over after police arrested 26-year-old Farron Banks in Gwinnett County on Wednesday. Banks was wanted for allegedly shooting and killing his stepfather, 58-year-old Michael Jackson, on Monday evening. Banks had been on the run, abandoning his car in Atlanta. Police tracked his location to Gwinnett County, and he was arrested without further incident after the Gwinnett police mobilized their SWAT team. The skies may soon be buzzing above one metro Atlanta city. The Woodstock City Council voted to approve a permit for the drone company Wing to allow them to make deliveries to customers from Walmart. According to Wing, each drone weighs 11 pounds and can carry up to 2.5 pounds of items. There's no current timeline on when deliveries are expected to begin. And several Georgia-based nonprofits are gearing up to send aid to Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa hit the island at a Category 5. The Friends of Disabled Adults and Children, based in Tucker, is sending medical supplies and oxygen equipment to field hospitals. Power has been knocked out to 75% of the island. Today's weather mostly cloudy but dry with a high of 55. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra, coming up at 9 o'clock, about 9:03 after the Fox News update. Dr. Rich McCormick, Georgia's representative from the 7th District, and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Going to be talking about the government shutdown for sure. And then after that, rest of the show will be with Georgia's Attorney General, Chris Carr, in studio here with us to ask you for your vote.
That's going to be cool.
Yeah, I think it will be too.
And I don't know if you noticed too. Do you see that fiery ball that's out there?
Holy cow, I do.
It's actually the sun.
Woo! It's been days.
Things are looking up.
It's so bright. Like I looked that way, and then out the window so I can see, and then I looked away, and I can still see it in my vision
for 3 days.
Yeah,
probably
rain.
Since Monday. Actually, it's been raining so hard every single time we come into the Battery that it's still dark at like 8:30.
Yeah. It's been messy.
Like, whoa, fireball. Yes, finally.
Welcome. And I would like some warmth off of it.
You're still going to be in the 50s, right?
Yeah, see, but that's not warm enough.
It'll get to, I think we get to 67 tomorrow. And then it'll cool off quick for Halloween, which is, I've been trying to decide. I got to come up with a costume for tomorrow.
You, of all people, you don't have one already set?
I mean, no, I haven't bought one this year.
But you could recycle one.
Yeah, I've got plenty of those.
Yeah, see, there we go.
Just a matter of which one to go with.
Yeah.
It's no fun to broadcast a show and be uncomfortable.
Again, this is all about comfort.
Yes.
I want to invent sweatpants man.
Yes.
Sweatpants man. I'm Sweatpants man, and I'm here to save the day.
We joked around about Road Dogg, our friend Adam Gillespie down the hall, who does all the technical operations for the Georgia games. Like, gym shorts, pullover. It's like, which is normally the uniform I love, but he'll even wear it when we're in the 30s.
No, thank you. Not me. I'm.
Those legs haven't seen cotton in forever.
Dude, I get cold. If it's set below 70, I'm wearing sleeves. That's just who I am. I have thin blood. I'm okay with it. I should have been born on the equator. I tell people that all the time. Northwest Georgia is where I was born. The equator is where I should have been born. Do your kids, speaking of Halloween, because it's kind of geared toward kids, are your kids, do they do the 6-7 thing? Do your daughters?
Not. I mean, they know of it, but it's not.
Because that's dictionary.com's word of the year.
It's not a determining factor in our home right now.
6-7. And my niece and nephew, which are several years younger than your daughters, dude, we were at dinner the other night for my father-in-law's birthday. This has been a couple weeks ago. And somebody just happened to say 6-7, and they erupted.
They lost it?
They lost it. And they were so funny.
It's harmless.
No, it's fun. Of course it is.
Fun.
So fun and so harmless.
It's not like one of those scenarios where you're wondering, what is this coded language for?
Yeah,
what?
right. And is it sinister?
And is this bad? Are they going to get in trouble at school? It's like, no.
It's just,
totally harmless.
It's just kind of so-so. It's 6-7, 6-7. That is the dictionary.com word of the day. Somebody is cursing my name because I probably said this, and their kids.
Oh, yeah. This is prime time for car drop-off now. There are cars just erupting right now.
6-7. Which I think is hysterical.
There are teachers who are now going to have to
very upset with you in
room.
I didn't mean to do it.
Look what you started.
Kind of did.
Now, we can go back in the day. Do you remember the What's Up guys from Budweiser?
Yeah.
Right. How that would just start that eruption everywhere. And you had to get teachers to be like, settle down, like, stop.
Well, what was the not the Roblox movie? What was the Minecraft movie? There was a similar thing with the
there was a certain scene, right?
The chicken where they just threw the popcorn
and Cokes and stuff. It was crazy. That one's a little more destructive because somebody's got to clean that up. 6-7.
It's what causes the commotion.
Yeah.
And the What's Up True caused quite a bit of a commotion.
Yeah, it did.
Back in the day.
Yeah, it did. And still to this day, it was so big that as soon as you mentioned it, I knew what it was. And most everybody, I would think at least in our age bracket, everybody knows that without a doubt.
Yeah.
All you have to do is say, what? And somebody's going to jump in and know what it is.
Like there's a joke in one of the Marvel movies where it's a callback to like 20 years ago, and it's that. And he's looking around like, I don't get it.
You know what's the problem?
He like does it again. He's like, what's up? They're just looking at him like still like,
I don't know what you're talking about. I wonder what the cutoff age is on that, on the What's Up. Like, what was the last group of kids that kind of got that? Or
I'm probably right. I'm going to say
like
upper
30s.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably like 37.
So, yeah, because I'm 48. Right, yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes sense.
So that campaign, the What's Up, debuted on December 20th of 1999 on Monday Night Football.
God.
So that's what I'm saying. It's 25 years old, but that everybody at like high school, middle school at that time was busting that out.
No question. Sometimes advertisers just get it. Sometimes they just hit pay dirt. They just hit a gold mine, and that's one of them.
It was simple. It was just dudes calling each other.
Yeah, because that's what you say when you call a buddy. Hey man, what's up? I mean, who doesn't do that? I do it every. That's what's going on, man. What's up? Anyway, 6-7.
I miss the frogs.
Yeah, the
Budweiser frogs.
Was that before or after? I don't recall.
I believe that was before.
That's before. Yeah.
Okay.
I know my advertising.
Clearly. Dude, you got it. You got it down pat. I remember it all, but I get a little shaky with when things happened. Like, I'm always like, oh, that was just a few years ago, and it's 25 years ago.
Poor Tug. Tug was thinking, like, is it like 2014?
Yeah, for sure.
Or nearly 20 years before then.
But I'm still of the mindset that the 90s were 20 years ago, and it's 35 years ago.
You have an excuse, though. You were on a ship. You're able to say, here's my area where I don't know anything from this time period.
It's my hole.
Like, honestly, I have one that's very similar until senior year of college. Because my freshman, sophomore, junior year.
Nose to the grindstone.
Outside of like watching sporting events, I didn't see any shows. I had no idea about how big stuff was. I caught up with The Sopranos in like season 5, and I was like, this is a great show. They're like, dude, it's already 5 seasons old. I was like, I was in college in my black hole. I didn't even have cable.
I was playing ball, man.
So I had to go back to watch that stuff.
Yeah.
So it ends up being like kind of the here's the memory hole. Don't know anything in this area.
Yeah, you lose out.
Except what's up?
Is that what's up?
Oh God, no, don't.
It's so bad. It's good.
Don't get me into it.
No, I won't. I'll let you go. You talk about not seeing things. You know, you were in college. You didn't see The Sopranos. You had to watch it. Had to go back. Can you imagine if, let's say, you came into work, Los, here at DBC, and we work for David Dickey. He's the owner, and he's in and out. But let's say you didn't. Let's use Scott, our operations manager, as your example. How long have you been here? 14 years?
14 years.
Yeah. Let's say you only saw Scotty once a year. It'd be odd.
Okay.
Be odd. This is the ops guy. He should be in here running things.
It's not like one of the Dickies who owns the building.
Right.
Who
That's what I'm
owns
saying.
the company.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
like,
in and out. They got business things
see
going
them like
on.
once or twice a year. Here's a wave. Hey, how's it going?
But not your direct supervisor.
No, you would imagine you'd see them every day.
I would think.
So this ends up being Ian Sams, and you're going to hear 2 pieces of audio. The first piece is when he was being interviewed. He's being deposed as far as what were your interactions with Joe Biden. And all this is in research to the auto pen and how many issues Joe was having in terms of dementia. And when did it start, and when did the whole staff know? Because remember, some people like KJP, I never knew.
It was completely... every time I saw him, he was just fine.
She might think that's noble. No, you sound like an idiot.
Yeah, you do. You're the only one saying that.
You sound like a moron. So you're going to hear 2 pieces of audio. The first part is going to be Ian Sams as he is being deposed, and he is going on the record for what his interaction level was with Donald Trump or with Joe Biden. Then you're going to hear when he was on MSNBC what he had to say to the press.
How often would you say that you interacted with the president in person?
I interacted with him pretty infrequently.
So weekly, monthly, what are we talking about?
Very infrequent. I think I met with the president a handful of times during my tenure in the White House.
I want to introduce Exhibit 2 as it's being passed around. It's a tweet from Alex Thompson at Axios summarizing, pulled a couple quotes of us, the interview you did on MSNBC, and one of the quotes says, when I deal with him, he is sharp, him being President Biden. And he is asking tough questions. Do you recall this?
I got to say, that doesn't look anything like the president that I know. When I deal with him, he's sharp. He's asking tough questions. That's the President Biden that so many of us experience every single day.
Every single day. If you could not hear it, he said he met up with him twice in 2 years.
Handful of times.
Twice in 2 years.
Isn't it funny?
But then went and sold the party line.
Right, of course. But isn't it funny that Donald Trump's always accused of only hiring loyalists? They say, well, Trump, he only hires people that are going to say exactly what he wants them to say, and if he doesn't, he gets rid of them. What's that?
That's protecting the party.
Of course it is.
And this is really about, again, getting down to just how much you're painting a picture for the audience, for the nation, as to why these people cannot be allowed to be in or near power. That's all this is. It's not like you're going to go and get a chance to get Joe Biden on the record and then, we're going to lock him away or we're going to send Hunter Biden. It's like, no, these people, the whole pardon thing's going to play out in court. But even without that being said, most of them are going to be untouchable.
Yeah, I don't have a good feeling.
A lot of this comes down to why they should never be allowed to be in position to make themselves untouchable ever again. And so when you have somebody like Whoopi Goldberg on The View, she's asking the question, because, again, all she's concerned about is the power. But she's asking this question as to, well, what are they doing that for?
It's kind of crazy. I kind of agree with him. If you, instead of investigating a man who is no longer in office, I would like y'all to find out why the U.S. military is striking vessels without verifying who's in them.
Yeah.
I want the government shut down to figure out what's going on, because it's getting ready to be the longest one in history. SNAP benefits are about to run out. Soybean farmers in financial crisis, and of course there is the unreleased Epstein files.
Yeah. He's out of office. Don't mess with him.
Right. What was the previous 4 years all about? Let's see if we can take out the guy that we just went ahead and rigged an election to get rid of.
And you celebrated, Whoopi. You would celebrate it. That's pretty rich of her.
So why is this going on? Because these people cannot be allowed to be anywhere near power ever again.
Just let it go, Los.
Until we have a new version of the Democrat Party rise up, whatever version that's going to be, and not the socialist one and not the communist one, whatever the new version of the Democrat Party is going to become, that's the only one where maybe there's some sanity that returns, and maybe you can talk about them ever being a rival party and being able to get in power again. This version cannot, because you saw what they did, and we have documented it, and we have proof over it, and now it's a matter of, is anybody going to go to jail because of it?
I'm hoping, and I'm hopeful, but I'm cynical when it comes to this stuff, that this will be a long process and nothing will happen.
I never saw Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I see him every day. He's with it.
Yeah. Except KJP, she's the only one that didn't get the email. Like, they'd already turned off her email. And she's the one that's still going out there. No, he's sharp. I never saw. Never. That's why she's got the deflectors up so hard. Anything that's asked of her. She says, well, I'm black and quear. I mean, well, what's that got to do with anything?
But you don't understand.
You have vision, right?
I'm black and I'm queer.
But did you see? Did you see anything?
I think you're questioning my level of blackness and queerness. And
no, I'm not. I'm not at all. I want to know, did you see him function as a human?
I think you need to understand that when you question me, you question all black people and queer people.
I give up. Fine. Write your book. Nobody's going to buy it because it sounds so stupid.
Love those deflector shields.
Oh, I'm telling you. They're so great.
Barack Obama invented it.
Oh, no.
I don't really agree with your tax policies. What are you, racist?
Yes.
Your foreign policy seems a little bit iffy. What are you, racist?
You have to be.
Is there any way what are you, racist?
Yeah, he didn't even get the question out. And he's asking, are you racist? 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. When we come back, the things Dems should never do according to one of their own, yet they're doing them all. This is the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, October 30th. The Toronto Blue Jays now lead the World Series 3-2 after beating the Dodgers last night 6-1 in pivotal Game 5. The scene now moves back to Toronto for Game 6 and a possible Game 7. Game 6 is set for Friday night. The Atlanta Hawks, they're now 2-3 on the season after beating the winless Brooklyn Nets 117-112. But Trae Young, he was forced to leave the game with a knee injury after having a teammate fall into his leg. Initial reports indicate that his ACL is intact, but Young will have another MRI today. Week 9 in the NFL begins tonight as the Miami Dolphins host the Baltimore Ravens. That kickoff is set for 8:15. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
This fall, the gridiron calls, which means you'll be road tripping to games across the South, and you'll need a reliable ride to get you there. And Subaru of Gwinnett has the vehicle for you. But a new car, truck, or SUV from Subaru of Gwinnett is about way more than just getting to the games. It's about getting the family home. It's about getting to work safely, but it's also about getting the most out of every adventure. If you're driven by an adventurous heart, the 2025 Subaru Outback shares your spirit with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive and up to 32 miles per gallon. Or maybe it's the all-new 2025 Subaru Forester. It holds the road with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and it holds everything you need for the tailgate. And no matter where adventure takes you, it starts on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth with the amazing staff at Subaru of Gwinnett. They'll help you find the Subaru that you'll love and be there every step of the way for everything you need. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and let your adventurous mind run wild. Then stop in for a test drive on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth.
Attention extra listeners. The end of the year is closing in. Are your retirement plans ready? We at Master Plan Retirement Consultants are holistic retirement planners, including income and growth planning, tax strategies, and estate and legacy planning. Each piece of the retirement puzzle must fit together cohesively because we know a change in one area can inevitably affect the others. Our boutique team serves you with fiduciary care, ensuring every step moves you closer to a confident, sustainable retirement. Don't wait. There's still time to adjust your plan before year end. Schedule your complimentary consultation now at masterplanretire.com. Master Plan Retirement Consultants. Plan well and prosper.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Big moments deserve big-time craftsmanship. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family-owned and operated since 1982 because we know what it means to show up when it counts. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, going through 20 elite artisans before it hits your hands. Not mass-produced, not generic, always personal. And with Solomon Brothers, you get lifetime cleanings, unbeatable financing, and the largest Tacori selection in Georgia. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, where love is in the details and legends are built to last. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and official jeweler of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
Securing America.
Sunday is the 54th running of the New York City Marathon. It's the largest marathon in the country, with more than 50,000 runners from over 150 countries that'll take part, joined by more than 1 million spectators lining the 26.2-mile route. New York City Police Department Commissioner Jessica Tisch saying right now there's no known specific or credible threats.
New Yorkers will see an increased police presence with thousands of NYPD officers posted along the entire route, from Staten Island to the Bronx to Central Park. They will be supported by specialized units across the department, including our emergency service unit, mounted unit, K-9, harbor, aviation, and our bomb squad.
That police will also be watching from above. There will also be hundreds of blocker cars strategically positioned as barriers alongside more than 10,000 metal barricades. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Xtra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Xtra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Xtra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 1063. The golf tournament is sold slab out. Holy cow. This thing is going to be so much fun. And we're so grateful for all the people that are participating, that share your values, like First Watch and Matthews Cafeteria, Aikens Ford, Georgia Power, Fiserv, CA South, General Contractors, and A1 Driveway Replacement. Just some of them. There's so many more.
Thank you.
We appreciate all of them.
Appreciate all of you. And can't wait to see everybody out there. And for those of you, when I thank everybody in the audience as well, when it went public, I think we sold it out in like 6 days, 5 days.
Yeah.
It was not long. So thank you. Thank you to everybody who's going to be out there with us.
Yeah, it is going to be big time. It's going to be big fun. And I look forward to it.
And no mic for Kimmer.
No, that's what we hear. They're not going to allow Kimmer on the mic again.
No, no more.
Especially if he's had one or two. Or if he's not.
I think he would call it he had a morning nip.
Yeah, all right.
And that was enough.
Yeah, it is.
So no more Kimmer on the microphone.
Wind him up, let him go.
That's right.
That's right.
We were told that they will point him out and he gets to wave this year.
Just in the background, like Joe Biden. Just nothing, say nothing, just wave. And try to stand up, not fall down. Yeah, that's right. He can do that. That's one thing I'm sure of.
And then you got to pay attention to Pete's socks. Pete golfs in fun socks, apparently.
Oh,
I know he did
thing?
last time around.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that.
So
I
look for that.
Talked to him for a long time yesterday. We got into the debate because he's a big Ole Miss fan.
Yeah.
We got into the debate of Lane Kiffin leaving or not. I was like, why in the world would Lane Kiffin leave? Why on earth would Lane Kiffin leave? He is in the mecca of just everything. I've never been to Oxford, but everybody that has been there says it's one of the most beautiful campuses in the SEC. His family there, his daughters are there. And I asked Pete directly, I was like, the expectation, when's the last time I won a national championship? He said back in the 60s or 50s, whatever. I was like, the expectation levels there are less than Florida and LSU. You're getting paid probably comparable money. And if you're not, your money goes a whole lot further in Oxford, Mississippi than it does other places. I don't see a reason for him to leave it. I think it would be nuts for Lane Kiffin to leave Ole Miss. He'll be a legend there. They'll put his name on the stadium if he stays.
Every question begins with, tell me about my NIL funding. Tell me about how much money is coming into the program. And the reason I point that out, so Oregon football this year looks like between what they're spending on their facilities, what they're spending on their players, what they're spending on their administration, coaching staff, support staff, looks like it's about a $90 million operation. Oklahoma State is about $14 million. Now, they're both Power 4. When they played against one another, I think Oak State was down like 70-0 at half, because that's the difference in what goes on. And so a lot of these coaches will use these opportunities now, not just, it used to be that they would use it to get paid. Now it's more of, give me the resources I need. Put more money into this end of the program. Because at that point, if it's just on me and I've got all the resources, well, then I'm narcissistic if I'm a coach. I'm like, we'll be fine. We'll be good.
I just if it's me, if I'm making that decision, I would never, I'd never even entertain leaving Ole Miss. I'd go down in history.
And then there's the situation with Florida. I think this is important, and people, I think sometimes they overlook it. Do you know that for the better part of 30 years, every coach has left Florida? Either by firing, or they wanted out because they've had it with the people there.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I did not know that. But I just know the last several coaches, it's not gone.
Steve Spurrier, at his height, was like, I want to go to the NFL. I want to get out of here.
And then when he came back from the NFL, I was like, I'm going to South Carolina.
Urban Meyer, whatever, fake heart attack, whatever it was, decided he wanted out of here.
Why do you think that is?
Because there's a level of expectation where people start getting out of hand, and when you're giving them 10, 11 win seasons, they're like, where's the title?
Unrealistic expectations.
Jim McElwain, after a year there, wanted out.
Yeah.
They didn't fire him. He quit.
Yeah.
He left. He's like, I don't want to do this anymore here.
Jeez, that's a tough spot to be, for sure. If you're a Georgia or a Georgia Tech fan, you probably are counting your blessings, the coaches that you have.
Feeling pretty good there.
Yeah.
Feeling pretty good there with a couple of top 10 programs.
Do you see the governor of Louisiana talking about how they're going to find
how they're going to get the coach?
What a crazy press conference that was.
And pointed out the athletic director will not be in charge of this hire.
And then it got brought up, and it's something that's crossed my mind a few times too, that the agent that both of the last two coaches, same agent. Am I right about that?
Typically, Jimmy Sexton is the agent for most everyone out there that's a big name coach.
And they're talking about the payouts for the last two coaches, and it went to the same, the same agent with both. And it got me to think about this, and I was talking about this with my son the other day in the short time that he was home. It's like, at what point?
In the cradle of the silver spoon. Okay, sorry.
Heartbroken. He went so fast. It was like a puff of wind.
He's just here and then gone.
It was, come back, son. Come back. But I asked him, I was like, when do you think coaches are going to make less? Because that's crossed my mind before. If you're not paying a coach all this money, you could shift it to the players. Does coaching matter? Absolutely it does. But the talent on the field probably matters more. Would you agree with that? I know Hudson Mason always used to tell me, it's about the Jimmies and Joes, not the X's and O's, right?
I somewhat agree with you. And
So somewhere in the middle, you're thinking somewhere in the middle?
Well, what I would ask you this. All right. Let's say, I don't know, pick a Georgia player.
Gunnar Stockton.
Okay, Gunnar Stockton. If we were to put a dollar value amount, is Gunnar Stockton as important to the Georgia program as Kirby Smart?
Most people would say no.
All right. Is Kirby Smart as important to Georgia as, let's say, Elon is to Tesla?
Some people would say yes.
All right. So Elon is worth billions of dollars, the world's richest man. Kirby Smart's making like $12 million. Shouldn't it really be 20? Shouldn't it really be 30 million?
No, I'm with
you. If we're running
all
that, if we're going to run these like programs and call them what they are.
I understand your point, but at some point, when we have to fire all these coaches and these numbers are getting astronomical, some programs are going to look at that and go, we're not doing that anymore. And it sounds like LSU may be on that case.
See, that's the problem. Because we can look at, let's say, I tell you what, look up the name Ed Whitaker.
That sounds
Ed
familiar.
Whitaker, CEO. And see if there is any sort of compensation package or retirement package. Because what these coaches are, they are our athletic version of CEOs.
Right. I agree with that.
They run all of it.
Yep.
And you know what? When the stock falls, in terms of the amount of wins, well, then they get fired. Well, there's golden parachutes in the rest of the country, the rest of the world for these CEOs.
Mm-hmm.
It's just we're not used to them in college sports.
Right.
But it's the same thing. It's a business. It's a multi-$100 million business.
So where do we come close? Because you said you agreed somewhat.
I think the players, and it's the coach's responsibility to go get them. And that's why you pay them what you pay them. It's the responsibility of making sure that because this is what's different now. The NIL coffers have to be filled.
Yep.
The amount of sponsors have to be filled. If the difference in me getting a kid and not is I have to put him in a Lamborghini deal.
Carson Beck.
I better have that in my back pocket to make sure I can get you the Lamborghini. I mean, consider this. There's one luxury car dealership in Tuscaloosa. You know who owns it?
Nick Saban.
And why do you think that is?
Because he can then spend some of that money
to go and get, because this was part of making sure that this was available for players.
Yeah.
Now, there's nothing illegal about it, but I'm just telling you that when you start weighing out what coaches now have to do, it's not just X's and O's anymore.
Maybe it's a second-tier team, like a small, not an SEC school, not a Big Ten school. I don't know. Find a second-tier program, and they're going, we can either pay the kids to play at a really high level and get the best kids out there, give them time, and just do a mediocre coach.
Oh, that's why nobody has depth.
Well, yeah,
no one has depth because I can go. This kid was going over to Georgia for $500,000. I'd give him $1 million to come to Kentucky.
Yeah,
going to Kentucky.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely, it's definitely going to happen. I find it all fascinating. It's an interesting conversation, no doubt. And who doesn't love talking about college football? I mean, come on. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com right now. You can save up to $2,100 off a new carrier system and get 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. You can get both. Just call them up, 770-GET-HEAT, or go to centralheat.com. Ask for Chuck and his team at Central. When we come back, this is the hour we've been telling you about for 3 hours. The 9 o'clock is going to be crazy. It starts next with Dr. Rich McCormick and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer joins us next on Xtra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Xtra 106.3.
Well, another guilty pleasure of mine gone by the wayside. I mean, for years, I would wake up in the morning, I would go sit out on the lanai, that's Floridian for porch, listen to the surf, and read some newspapers. Now the problem is finding a newspaper worth reading. I'd still read the AJC. If I was black, I'm white. Very white. So white my teeth don't even show. So I have no need for a black newspaper. I'm left with the New York Post and the Wall Street Journal. Then I used to like to watch some of the videos on YouTube and other places. Can't do that now because pretty certain that everything I'm seeing there is fake. AI fake. I mean, how many times can you read that Sean Hannity, Tiger Woods, Shaquille O'Neal, all of these people have quit their careers and come out of retirement to promote their line of CBD gummies? Give me a break. But there is a nice guilty pleasure out there on the internet. It's called the Babylon Bee. Ever heard of it? Babylon BEE. Satire news stories. Just 2 Babylon Bee headlines this morning gave me a real good chuckle. One of them, furloughed TSA agents go door to door offering to grope people for free. But you know, sometimes satire has a ring of truth to it. Wouldn't be funny if you couldn't possibly believe it to be true. And that brings me to this Babylon story yesterday. Democrats vow to starve as many food stamp recipients as it takes to get free health care for illegal immigrants. Now, there's a story that has a ring of truth to it. One more. You got to think about this one. Republicans donate $50 million to the Kamala Harris 2028 campaign. Got to think about that one. Okay, I'm through. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
Extra 106.3 is live on your ride home with a Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder from 3 to 6 p.m.
Mike the engineer found that for the first time in 10 years, despite Al Gore and Leo DiCaprio and Bill Nye the non-science guy and all the climate change alarmists caterwauling, no hurricane landed on the shores of America, which proves President Donald Trump has completely secured our border.
The Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Trade tension with China. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After President Trump's meeting with China's leader in South Korea that he called a 12 on a scale of 0 to 10. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox Business that has put a U.S.-China trade deal on a faster track.
I expect that we will exchange signatures possibly as soon as next week.
Now, the president said while flying home after their meeting in South Korea, wrapping up his Asian trip, the Chinese leader Xi Jinping pledged to do more to stop the flow of the deadly drug fentanyl into the U.S.
Based on his statements today, I reduced it by 10%, so it's 10% instead of 20%. Effective immediately.
The president talking about the tariff reduction he's putting on Chinese imports because of that. He also says they resolved a dispute over rare earth minerals, and China agreed to resume buying American soybeans. President Trump also told reporters he's ordered the Department of War to immediately resume nuclear weapons tests, something the U.S. hasn't done in 33 years. But he also said,
I think de-escalation would be, they would call it denuclearization, would be a tremendous thing.
The U.S. military has blown up yet another suspected drug boat off Venezuela's coast, killing another 4 people. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth posted video of the explosion and called those killed narco-terrorists. It's now 15 boats destroyed since last month. More than 60 suspected illegal drug traffickers dead. It's day 30 of the government shutdown, with federal workers still unpaid and millions of Americans who get food stamp assistance won't, starting on Saturday.
This isn't a political game. These are real people's lives that we're talking about.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune, after Democrats again blocked funding in a vote. Democrats blame Republicans for not negotiating with them on the provisions they want to add. President Trump's Surgeon General nominee was supposed to answer questions this morning at the Senate. Instead, Dr. Casey Means is having a baby. 40 weeks pregnant, she's gone into labor, postponing the hearing. America's listening to Fox News.
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you got to make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation honors America's heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Warrant Officer 1 Stuart Waymond. After joining the Army, Stuart graduated from Army Aviation School and had a distinguished career until a midair collision during a training exercise took Stuart's life. He leaves behind his wife Kira and their 3 sons. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on Stuart's family home. Help more families like Stuart's. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We've been talking about this hour all morning long. It's finally here, and with good reason. We have a couple incredible guests this morning. A friend of the show, I would like to call Dr. Rich McCormick. A friend of the show since he's been on so many times.
We actually had the pleasure of voting for him.
That's right.
He represents our area.
That's right. Both Los and I live in his district, but we also have House Majority Whip Tom Emmer on the show with us this morning. How are you, gentlemen? How are you?
We are great, and we are ready to answer all questions and solve all problems for the great nation that we serve.
Goodness.
Amen.
I like this, man. We're coming out of the cave. We have some expectation this morning. This is great. I love it. I want to obviously start with the clearest thing that the discussion, the topic of discussion. I just saw where NBC posted, Senate expresses new hope for stopping the shutdown. Look, I know y'all are in the House, but are y'all getting that indication from your colleagues in the Senate?
Well, certainly not from Ossoff or Warnock.
Yeah.
They haven't shown any indication they're going to vote the right way. I just talked to him at an event the other day, Senator Ossoff, and he indicated he was still resolute. But I would love to hear what they have as a plan to get out of the mess that they got us into.
Well, and I will just add, Rich and I and the rest of the Republicans in the House, we did the right thing on September 19th, well in advance of the September 30th deadline. We gave the Democrats literally what they asked for, a short-term, clean, nonpartisan CR. By the way, the same one they supported 6 months ago and the same one that they voted for 13 times under Joe Biden. And then what happened? It passed with a simple majority in the House. All the Republicans and one Democrat voted for it. All the other Dems voted no. Went over to the Senate, and you need 60 votes to get it through the Senate. We got 53 senators, so we need Democrats, and Chuck Schumer shut it down. Up till now, folks, I would tell you that from the whip's perspective, the vast majority of this country, thanks to our great president, Donald Trump, who managed to pay our troops last month, because of that, the vast majority of this country hasn't felt it or noticed the government shutdown. But that became real this week. And your 2 senators, Ossoff and Warnock, this is pathetic what they're doing. They're putting partisan politics ahead of this. I'm going to make a prediction. The prediction is this. They asked the American Federation of Government Employees to send them a letter on Monday. That's their off-ramp. 820,000 federal workers are saying, pass the clean CR. They're still holding off. Why? Because there are elections in Virginia, New Jersey, and other places next Tuesday. And because if you get past next Tuesday, you have the longest shutdown in history, and now you can go to your Marxist, Leninist base and tell them that you are the ones that fought the good fight, and now you can end the shutdown and get back to the table. It is pathetic. It's wrong. Air traffic controllers stop getting a check on Tuesday. You're going to have more federal employees who don't get paid today. You're going to have military not getting paid on, I think it's Friday, and then on Saturday. You've got, in your state alone, you've got 1.35 million SNAP enrollees that aren't going to get their benefits, guys. And that's because of John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock.
Gosh, somebody get him a cup of coffee because we need to wake up the whip. I just don't know.
That's awesome. We're joined by Congressman Dr. Rich McCormick, also with House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. And this is a compliment to both of you guys and a question as well. I have been very complimentary during this shutdown with what I believe the Republican Party has done so much better this time around. the messaging, the information that is going out to people as to why this is occurring, who is going to benefit from it, why is the Democrat Party having to fight the radical end of their party, how this is so much of an issue of what's going on with that. How important has it been for both of you guys to do as much media as possible to get out the message so that the American people understand? And we're seeing it in the polls, a lot of traction when it comes to independents and Republicans supporting what y'all are doing.
And that's the crux of the issue. I think most people realize that what the Democrats are asking for, they could not get when they had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Let's be very clear about that. They're asking for things in the minority that they could not vote for themselves. It's a ridiculous ask, and we all know it. As a matter of fact, it would be devastating to the American budget that we have right now. We're already massively in debt. The president has really done a good job with the tariffs, of bringing us back to some balance, but that's not going to do long term. We have to be much more responsible. And by the way, this Medicaid is supposed to be a state-run program. We keep on forgetting that. That's where the real responsibility is. States have a budget balance we don't have at the federal level. We continue to print money. It's going to put us in a big hurt locker into the future. But we've been able to message on the right things this time, show how the Democrats have no other straws to grasp. They're out of football field, and they need to just come to the table and get this done.
Well, and one of the things with the media for us has been we have to counter the outright lies that the Senate Minority Leader, soon to be former Senate Minority Leader, in the cartoon character known as Hakeem Jeffries in the House that they've been telling. I mean, these guys are just, I use the word which is more statesman-like, disingenuous, but they're bald-faced liars. I mean, they showed us, they try to tell you this is about health care. Well, they filed an alternative proposal in the Senate. It's about 60-some pages long, 66. People should take a look at that. One and a half pages of that 60-plus page document has to do with the enhanced premiums that Warnock and Ossoff keep complaining about. This has nothing to do with that. They want to subsidize Sesame Street in Iraq. They want to subsidize LGBTQ programs all around the globe and other nonsense that the American people voted out last November. They didn't listen then, and they're refusing to learn the lesson that they were taught last November.
And one more thing I want to add on this, too. When they talk about wanting to pay the troops or wanting to pay the necessary personnel to keep this nation running, whenever we brought it to the floor, guess what? The Senate would not vote on it when we passed it in the House. And then when the Senate brought it up, again, they would not pass it. This is the disingenuous purpose that the whip was just talking about. They have no intention of making this work. They created the problem, and they don't want to solve it. This is just to create the hurt on the American people, to try to basically appease their base, which is absolutely Marxist now.
Keep in mind, Rich, your fraud named John Ossoff, he voted against it over and over again until he was given an opportunity to vote for it, and they let him vote for it because they knew they were taking it down, so he can now go home and say, well, I was against it before I was for it, and I'm for it.
And he's talking about basically paying the military troops, which a couple, Warnock and Ossoff, voted for, knowing that Schumer was holding the cards to the count. This is all by absolute design. They created this. This is theater, like the whip just said.
Well, but on top of that, as we're talking to Dr. Rich McCormick and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, they're using this as leverage. They're everything about this.
They're actually calling it leverage.
Three people. We had three different Democrats saying we have nothing. This is all we have, and people will hurt. Yeah, they will, but it's okay. We're willing to sacrifice.
But that's what's so disgusting. Chuck Schumer said a week ago, every day this gets better for us. Who is us, Chuck? Who is us? It's the American people that are getting hurt here. Chris Coons in the Senate said this is how we get our leverage. Catherine Clark, the House Minority Whip, she doesn't do much. She's from Massachusetts. She said, of course people are going to get hurt. They're going to feel pain. But this is the only way we get our leverage. And that's what I think Rich and I and all of our colleagues are so frustrated by. This is not about Republicans and Democrats. This is about doing the right thing for the people who elected you to serve their best interests.
And when they talk about leverage, They're talking about, once again, getting something they couldn't pass when they were in the majority. And if we gave in to them, if we did, they would do this every single year, because then they'd be trained to basically put the people through pain so they could get what they couldn't get when they were in the majority. That's how horrible this is.
I got to add, guys, McCormick's one of the biggest spending hawks we have in our entire conference. He was not happy with the bill that we passed over the summer because he wanted to cut more. And we had to work with him back and forth, and we're going to cut more. But we told him this is the best. The president told him this is the best I can do right now. We'll take it the next step the next time we go around. In the meantime, we did cut record amounts out of the government's spending accounts. And guess what? These goofballs want $1.5 trillion in new spending. They want to put it all back in the cookie jar. And with that, they want to put illegals back on taxpayer-funded health care and gut that $50 billion rural health care fund, Rich, that you and I did with the president last July.
Congressman Dr. Rich McCormick and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer are our guests on the Morning Extra. Another question for both of you gentlemen. I alluded to the polling, and CNN had it yesterday from Harry Etten. Plus 8 points with the Republican base is how they're reviewing the Republicans in Congress. Plus 12 when it comes to independents, how they're reviewing and looking at Republicans in Congress. So things are working out from that standpoint. The messaging is good. What is the off-ramp for the Democrats at this point? Because this now feels like, rather than this just being a fight between Republicans and Democrats, this feels like more of a civil war on the Democrat side between their very Marxist end and the establishment portion of their party.
Well, I started off by telling you, at first, the off-ramp, because I think someone on their side asked for this. The American Federation of Government Employees, there are 1.4 million government federal employees in this country. This union represents 820,000. They sent a very carefully worded letter on Monday. It didn't say Republicans good, Democrats bad. It didn't do any of that. It just said pass the clean CR. And now we're going through this process. You probably saw John Thune. It's tough to get that tall drink of water from the Midwest angry. He was angry last night, telling them that they're not telling the truth. I think what you're going to see, that letter was the beginning of the end. You saw a ground stoppage in Newark yesterday that lasted an extended period of time. Air traffic controllers are going to continue to be the issue, but I believe these guys are so awful and they're so afraid of their violent, small, pro-terrorist wing of their party that they're going to wait until after next Tuesday in the elections before they do it. If they don't open it up after that, Rich and I think you and I are going to be dealing with this for a lot longer.
I sure hope not. I will say that this is kind of their gamble. They weren't getting anything done. They're only being obstructionist. They were becoming more and more unpopular, and basically the rest of the country basically saw them as flaccid. And so what were they going to do? They basically took the dice, they rolled them, they hoped that it would work out, and it's not. And they're going to suffer because of it, and so are we.
Are we going to have a do-over? Let's say the government is reopened and for whatever reason the Democrats finally come to the table, finally do what's right. Are we going to have a do-over in November, though? Isn't that's like the CR only takes us through the end of November, maybe a little bit of December? Are we getting a do-over, though, right before Christmas?
How do we avoid this scenario happening again so quickly?
Well, you don't. I mean, I think we've got to wait and see. First, if they ever come to the table to reopen our government, and that is Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats, including your own Warnock and Ossoff. If they actually do come to the table, and let's just hypothetically say they do it at the end of next week, and they open the government, you're right. The current CR goes through November 21st. They've already burned a month of time, right? That's not going to be enough time. You watch, if they do that, I would expect there will be an amendment to the CR with a new date. And to me, that'll be the next fight, because I think Rich can affirm this. In our conference with our members, they hate continuing resolutions. Each one gets harder to pass because Republicans want to get back to regular order appropriations. That's where we were headed. We're not there. It's been broken for 30 years. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but that's where we were headed before the Democrats threw the sand in the gears with this ridiculous partisan shutdown. I would look for an amended CR with a date and the fight. The Democrats will want to do what they always do. They'll want to have a fight over Christmas, right? I just don't see our members agreeing to that. They will probably put a date somewhere beyond that date, and then it's going to be a struggle. Republicans do not like continuing resolutions.
No, I hate them, and I voted against them, even at the great crucifixion that you'll get sometimes from the White House because they want to get things done. But I think we try to do the best we possibly can. We certainly don't want to freeze the government, especially when we're in control. So I have jumped on board with these CRs, which I hate. And the whip, ironically, before he was the whip and had to kind of get this thing through, he also was very much never voted for a CR. So CRs are hard to vote for. Sometimes they're the best thing you can get. But I tell you what, we have some really good bills we're still working on. Even right now, during the shutdown, we were working hard. We talked about the Incentivized Savings Act that we talked about earlier on your program. We're going to try to reinvent the way we go about this and try to train government to spend money in the appropriate way because the people understand how hard they work for that money and how much they pay into the government. They want to see results.
Congressman Dr. Rich McCormick and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer are our guests on the Morning Extra. I want to ask you both about this as well. We're talking about the numbers in the Senate and how many more. It looks like we need to find about 4 or 5 more Democrats. Are you guys hearing behind the scenes that there are some of those, especially people like John Ossoff, where that is somebody that might be, his seat is very tenuous this time around. Are you hearing that there is a number of Democrats that do want to come over and get this thing over with?
Well, I can only tell you from the leadership perspective. First, when it comes to your senator, I'll put some context on it. I played college hockey with a kid from Norway, and he would have described Senator John Ossoff as a weasel, as a big weasel. You can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth.
Hear, hear.
Yes, there are members that are left of center in the Senate, but the problem they're having, if you saw their Hate America rally here in Washington a week and a half ago, this part of their party, it's a small but getting more violent everyday party. They were calling for the assassination of Donald Trump, and nobody seemed to have a problem with it. So if you think about this, a third of their party now supports terrorists like Hamas. This is what they're fighting. And so these moderates that want to do the right thing, but they have to follow a failed aging leader in Chuck Schumer, they just haven't been able to break away. They're there, but we'll see. I think next week is going to be our next flashpoint.
And I think if you look at the Marxist theology that basically has taken over the Democratic Party. I just got back from Cambodia, and if you look at Pol Pot, you look at Gulag Archipelago, you look at the millions, tens of millions of people that have been killed just in recent history, in our lifetime, by this violent belief system. That government is the answer. We believe that government is basically a necessary evil, that you have to limit it. That's what our Constitution is based on, that this inefficiency that we've created in government on purpose, and which frustrates everybody, the slowness of it, was so that the government would never become more powerful than the people themselves. But the Democratic Party keeps on turning back to the government to solve the problem that government created. That by expanding government somehow or another, you're going to make it better. By taking everybody's guns away, you're going to make it better. No, what it does, it makes it more dangerous. When the government basically holds all the money and holds all the decisions and becomes your moral compass, gets to decide what's right and wrong, not your community, not your church, not your family, but the government becomes God. And that's what they're bowing down to right now, and that's what gets you into trouble.
No question about it. They want you to worship at the altar of government. We refuse, y'all refuse, and I believe that most Americans refuse that. Going to leave it here. I hope both of you will come back and join us again. I love the conversation. It's wonderful to talk to you both, Dr. Rich McCormick and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. God bless you both. Thank you for your hard work.
Always a pleasure. Semper Fi, guys.
Just a terrific
There they go.
day. Dude.
That was fun. I don't know if you saw the picture that Tom Emmer had put online.
Yeah, I just saw
they were both sitting at a desk with the phone out
right.
and just chatting us up. Just like, your turn. Okay, go for it.
No, it was great.
That was
great.
cool.
Let me tell you, Tom Emmer ain't holding the punch.
No, he's
like there's been times when I feel like Dr. McCormick, he's very diplomatic. He gets that from his military background. He gets the patience for being a doctor, I'm sure. Dude, Emmer is like a hockey player. Well, he's like Happy Gilmore.
What did he tell us? He said, here's the statesman way to answer it.
Yeah, that's right.
But I'm not going to do that.
No, we'll have none of that.
So that was fun.
So
both
cool.
of us said enjoy both of them.
Absolutely right. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. This hour is huge, and waiting to walk in the studio is Georgia's Attorney General, who's running for governor. Chris Carr joins you next to talk to you about what he would do as governor, and ask you for your vote. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
Your favorite Extra shows are streaming live video from the studio on Extra 106.3's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Extra YouTube channel and get the Morning Extra and the Kimmer Show in live digital video.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and for us at Stovall, this is a cause that hits close to home. My mother, mother-in-law, and now my wife have all battled breast cancer. Over the past 9 years, Stovall & Company has raised over $400,000 for the National Breast Cancer Foundation through our annual Pinktober fundraiser. During the month of October, 100% of the proceeds of our Pinktober plants, as well as 10% of all Rainbird irrigation sales, will be donated to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Stop by any of our 11 locations or visit our website at StovallInc.com.
Faith, family, freedom. These are the cornerstones of America and the foundation for a successful life. But today, all three are under attack. Crushing debt, out-of-control spending, and reckless policies in Washington are threatening your savings, your retirement, and your future. Hi, this is Glenn Beck. The only financial advisory firm I recommend in Atlanta is Nicholas Wealth Management. David Nicholas and his team believe protecting your money is about more than wealth. It's about defending your faith, your family, and your freedom. If your hard-earned retirement is left exposed to market chaos, higher taxes, or inflation, what happens to the life you've worked so hard to build? For over 20 years, David Nicholas has helped families right here in Atlanta fight back with retirement strategies built to better withstand uncertainty. Call Nicholas Wealth Management today, 404-890-5606, or visit nicholaswealth.com. Aim to safeguard your future today.
Nicholas Wealth is an independent financial services firm that uses a variety of different investment strategies.
Hey, this is Tom Mitchell, the Honest Car Guy. So things are deceiving sometimes, and it's hard to explain how much money I can really save you. I've saved people upwards of $20,000 and $30,000. I mean, it really depends on the year, the make, the model of the car, and the price of the car. You know, on a $15,000 car, I can't save you $20,000. I mean, let's be realistic. We can probably save you $2,000 or $3,000, but it's through the course of the whole sale. The big one here that people don't realize, the financing. You go into the dealership, they tell you your rate's 9%, or really it's probably 7% because they're allowed to make 2 points on there. We found a better way for customers to buy a car, an honest way, a very transparent way. You pay what we pay plus our honest fee. We even prove it to you by giving you a copy of the bill of sale at the end of the deal. So the beauty of what we do is we don't put you on a car that we have to sell. We put you on a car that you want. And at the Honest Car Guy, you'll save an average of $5,000 to $10,000 depending on the price of the car. Call 1-844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Life is unpredictable, but when trouble comes, you need a team you can trust. At A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we've been helping families for nearly 20 years, providing fast, professional, and discreet service. With 12 locations across Metro Atlanta and Birmingham, we're available 24/7 to get your loved one home, quick and with care. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call 404-BAIL-OUT, that's 404-BAIL-OUT, or visit atlbail.com today.
Hey, it's Dan Watkins from All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. When I started advertising on Extra many years ago, I didn't know it would completely change my business, but it did. Radio advertising on Extra 106.3 made my phones ring, built my brand, and helped turn a small local company into one of Atlanta's biggest success stories. And your story could start the same way at the Fan and Extra Small Business Casino Night, Thursday, November 20th. With your table sponsorship, you'll get mentions in all event promotions, a commercial schedule, chips to play, and a chance to win marketing prizes, including a $50,000 influencer campaign. They've already given away over $1 million in free advertising at this event, and this year, everyone wins something. So come join the party, eat, drink, play, and maybe kickstart your own Atlanta success story. Email biz@680thefan.com. That's BIZ at 680thefan.com. And I'll see you at Casino Night, November 20th.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 30th. A manhunt for a Marietta man is over after police arrested 26-year-old Farron Banks in Gwinnett County on Wednesday. Banks was wanted for allegedly shooting and killing his stepfather, 58-year-old Michael Jackson, on Monday evening. Banks had been on the run, abandoning his car in Atlanta. Police tracked his location to Gwinnett County, and he was arrested without further incident after the Gwinnett police mobilized their SWAT team. The skies may soon be buzzing above one metro Atlanta city. The Woodstock City Council voted to approve a permit for the drone company Wing to allow them to make deliveries to customers from Walmart. According to Wing, each drone weighs 11 pounds and can carry up to 2.5 pounds of items. There's no current timeline on when deliveries are expected to begin. And several Georgia-based nonprofits are gearing up to send aid to Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa hit the island at a Category 5. The Friends of Disabled Adults and Children, based in Tucker, is sending medical supplies and oxygen equipment to field hospitals. Power has been knocked out to 75% of the island. Today's weather mostly cloudy but dry with a high of 55. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. They are giving away a full James Hardy siding replacement for someone in need. Is it a family member? Is it a neighbor? All you have to do to get them registered is go to southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co, and you can register them there. There will be a big red button at the top of the page, so you can click on that. And
the heavy hitters continue.
Buddy, I tell you what, this has been a day. Just got finished with Dr. Rich McCormick, who represents Georgia's 7th District, and House Majority Whip Tom Emmer.
Also known as Flamethrower.
That's buddy. Just came up. Dude, he was like Rocky Balboa. He was just killing everybody.
I can't believe what they're doing.
Exactly right. He was just beating people to death. But we waited to bring out the big gun.
That's what we in studio. This is special.
That's right. With Chris Carr, Attorney General, and running for governor of the state of Georgia. Man, how are you?
Gentlemen, I'm doing great. It's just great to be in studio with you.
It
great
is
to see you.
So much fun
right
to
in
have
front of me.
And we should be talking about, I don't know, the campaign, I'm sure, but we didn't. Leading up to where we are now, all we talked about were the Braves,
the Falcons, and what happened with the Hawks last night.
Come on, that's where our heart really is.
That is real America. That is what Georgians care about. Seriously.
No, you ain't got to convince me.
At the end of the day, everybody's talking about it first thing in the morning. What happened to the Braves? And we can't let the Dodgers win the World Series. I love Freddie Freeman. He is a Brave for life. But I can't watch him win another World Series.
Because he might go into the Hall of Fame with the Dodgers logo on his hat if he gets 2 rings out there.
I asked for 6 games.
Such a punch in the face.
I said, I want 6 games. If I get a possible 7th, now I can't. I'm with you. I can't have the Dodgers win.
Can't.
And for everyone who turned this into, well, it's America versus Toronto, I was like, you're basically just saying, here's my group of Dominicans, and here's the team. You pick out which one you want to win.
One Canadian on the team.
Exactly. You got one Canadian on the team. So let's not kid around. This is just about the Dodgers not getting another title.
Well, and going back to us growing up, NL West. You had to stay up late to watch the Braves play the Padres or the Dodgers. Cannot have it. We cannot have this.
I still remember, and this was talking about when I was growing up in San Antonio. It was a big deal to me to go to the newspaper to chase the '93 Braves and having to come back and get back in that race and win as much as they did before they lost to Philadelphia. That was like a fun summer for me. So I grew up as like this giant Braves and Rangers fan.
Yeah, man, I tell you, the Braves have fans all over the country because of TBS, because of what started right here in town.
That's right. Well, and when I was in college, so I graduated high school in 90. That was the last rough year we had. The 91, I got a job in the summer delivering pizzas for Pizza Hut. And listening to the Braves every night. That was the best summer ever.
Oh, my gosh.
I thought, I made $30 or $40 in cash. I thought I was rich, and I got to listen to the Braves.
Let's go.
They're paying me to listen to the Braves?
Are you paying me to do this? This is fantastic.
Pizza's a little bit cold because you're hanging on the inning. I got to be in there, man. I'm going to bring it. Hang on.
End of the inning. End of the inning.
And I'll be in there. Chris Carr joining us, Attorney General, and running for governor. I want you to reset for people maybe that don't know why you chose to run for governor.
Well, because I feel I'm called to do this. I've been fortunate. I grew up here, worked at Georgia Pacific, worked at Alston & Bird, a couple of great Georgia companies and great law firm. But then I got to work for Johnny Isakson for 10 years when he was in the U.S. Senate. And I got to see somebody that I really thought, really did it the right way for the right reasons and got to know these federal issues. So as Attorney General and Governor, you got to be able to do that. Then I got to work for Nathan Deal at economic development. And what has transformed this state over the last 3 or 4 decades? It's a job. People are here, you're here, I'm here, my family, your family, because of a job. Either you stayed here or you moved here. And that's transformed. That's just that not every state can say that. And then Governor Deal appointed me Attorney General, and the thing that government is supposed to do is keep people safe. I don't care where you live, your race, your gender, your religion, sexual orientation, where you live or where you're from, doesn't matter. You deserve to be safe. And working with Governor Kemp, the legislature, to be able to now go after gangs and domestic terrorism and human trafficking, now organized retail theft, that's what we're supposed to do. And that's what governors can do. They can impact people's lives. Look, I've seen Washington, but you guys know it's broken. I mean, you just talked to our great college. Rich McCormick does an incredible job, and God bless him for doing it. But Washington's just broken right now. But when I've seen what Governor Kemp can do, when I saw what Governor Deal could do, Governor Perdue, this is where I think, and the states really are where innovation is happening and where the action is, and I think we can make the biggest impact by being governor.
Chris Carr joins us right here on the Morning Extra, and let me first start by saying I've always been extremely impressed when you come in and you talk about, I got this pending case, I can't get into that, here's what's been taken care of, we can get into this. So I think you've always been very open and honest with the audience. So for your vision as governor, now we talk about that economy and the diversity of the economy, whether you want to work in entertainment, whether you want to work in retail or in hospitality, like Georgia has something for everybody. What is your vision for this economy in Georgia continuing to be diverse and continue to grow?
Absolutely. Well, this state's been built on agriculture, manufacturing, trade, military, hospitality, construction, you name it. There's a number of issues. The number one issue is workforce. Everybody's talking about workforce. Doesn't matter if you're in retail or you're in entertainment or whatever it may be. So it starts with literacy. It starts then with aligning the jobs of the future. AI's here, but that also means somebody's going to have to build the facilities and wire the facilities, maintain it. We've got to be able to focus on infrastructure. I mean, look, we got the ports of Savannah and Brunswick. We've got Hartsfield. We're 2 days by rail and truck, 2 hours by plane to 80% of the U.S. market. We should be the logistics capital of the world, which, oh, by the way, it's a tech play. I mean, I'm a double dog. But God bless Georgia Tech. God bless this infrastructure and this ecosystem that we have here. Got to have a balanced legal environment. And you got to have a tax system, guys, that's the lowest tax burden in the country. I do believe we can get the income tax down to 3%. But if anybody says they can eliminate it without raising taxes on 90% of Georgians, they're lying. You can't do it.
It's got to come from somewhere.
It has to. You're either going to have to raise property or sales. But here's the other thing. Property taxes. Everybody's talking about, I don't care if you live in Atlanta or Savannah or Thomasville. You know, the American dream of buying a house, you get there and you buy one, and all of a sudden it gets assessed 10, 20, 30% higher than when you bought it, and you're taking away the American dream. There's got to be a cap on property taxes. So those are the things. But also safety. And mental health is a huge issue in the safety, whether it's your family. And look, I mean, if you ask everybody about addiction or just traditional, mental health issues, everybody's having to deal with it.
My family, without a doubt, it has riddled our family.
But look, downtown, homelessness, poverty. What's the root cause of homelessness and poverty? Mental health.
Yeah.
Go talk to our hospitals. They're having to deal with people that are having mental health crises rather than physical, and that's not what they're there for. Our sheriffs. The vast majority of people that are in our jails are struggling with addiction or mental health. So, I mean, it's expensive. I mean, look, it's a big deal. It's complicated. It's expensive. You got to bring everybody to the table. Federal, state, and local government. You've got to bring nonprofits, for-profits, and the faith-based community together to solve this problem. But we've got to be able to focus on those
That's
things.
a big, big task for sure. Talking to Chris Carr, who's running for governor here in Georgia, current attorney general. I want to ask you about, because I have a kid that's a junior in college.
Me too.
At
Georgia.
Yeah. He's playing baseball over at Augusta. So,
great.
Yeah, super cool, great. He's been a Dean's List student his entire college career. But what are the expectations for a job when he gets out of school? Should he then go and not only, because Dr. McCormick actually brought this up, his son got a 4-year degree and they sent him to a trade school to make sure that he has the ability to live in that American dream. What do you recommend for kids? And if you're governor, when you're elected governor, what would you recommend for kids?
And what do you tell yours as far as, like, what is the future for these young people?
Yeah, do what you're passionate about doing and invest in some sort of an internship at the beginning. Get the experience and then show the soft skills that you can work. I know that's not the question, but it's part of it. And that's why I do worry a little bit about our kids, that have grown up on social media, that were impacted by COVID. Our kids, 10th, 11th, 12th, mental health, huge issue. But going back to the skill set, Georgia is different. Whether it's advanced manufacturing, whether it's agriculture, whether it's logistics, whether it's entertainment, fintech, mobility, cyber, we've got a lot of opportunities. So our kids are going to have and we want to continue to make sure those opportunities are here. So focusing on those industries. But the Wall Street Journal the other day said this: who's the next generation of millionaires? It's the skilled trades kids. And we did a great disservice in this country in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s when we started telling kids, if you go to technical college, you're not as smart as...
That's right.
And I'm all about going to college, really.
Yeah.
But I'm also about those skills. I mean, think about it. Buddy of ours owns a plumbing company. Average salary for a plumber right now is over $100,000 a year. Master mechanic, electrician. So, yeah, and why we ever took, shop out of high school, I never will understand it, but we got to focus on doing that again. But doing the thing that you're passionate about. Yes, AI is here. Yes, we're trying to figure out what that reset is, but there are going to be also jobs created, to deal with it. CEO of an AI company said, look, you're probably not going to lose your job to AI. Some people may, others may not, but what you're probably going to do is lose your job to someone that knows how to use AI better than you. So learn how to use AI.
That is an important factor. As we're joined by Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, also running for governor. My wife has talked about that. She's worked in basically as an editor and as a magazine editor for the better part of 20 years, and she's talked about how on a daily basis she uses AI. Now, part of what she's pointing out is that it's incorporated into her job to save her time. She still has to go back. She still has to make sure that it's been edited correctly and that it says whatever the company has hired her to do. But it's now become part of her resume that she's comfortable with these versions of AI. And I think that's part of that future for all workers all across the country.
I think that's right. And look, there's going to be good that's going to come from it. Former boss Johnny Isaacson had Parkinson's. I hope we learn through, AI can help us cure Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, whatever it may be. Look, using it for traffic and congestion, or there's some great uses. Fighting crime and doing some other things. There's going to be some downsides to it as well. Scams, elections. It worries me. What happens if 3 or 4 days before an election you see a video of one of us candidates saying something outrageous? Well, I've talked to folks at the FBI. They said, we'll be able to figure it out eventually, but it probably won't be in 3 days. That can undermine. So we got to have the guardrails. The other thing, too, is I do think at the end of the day, it's going to supplement a lot. It's going to add to a lot, but AI is never going to have a soul. You're still going to have human beings that are willing to be able to do things and are going to be there. And remember how when the internet came out, retail was going to go away? Malls were going to go away? Well, it ended up being a supplement. In some respects, it took some, but not most.
This is the Morning Xtra and Extra 106.3. Our guest, Chris Carr. We're going to take a break quick and then come back with another segment with you because there's so much to talk about when it comes to that economic growth. And then when we talk about people coming to the United States of America, are we going to need as many people? And that's a big conversation. J.D. Vance was talking about immigration last night down at Ole Miss. Maybe get into some of that and how many people we're going to need because AI will take some of those jobs. And how do we work around that here in the state of Georgia under a Carr governorship? Next on the Morning Xtra at Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, October 30th. The Toronto Blue Jays now lead the World Series 3-2 after beating the Dodgers last night 6-1 in pivotal Game 5. The scene now moves back to Toronto for Game 6 and a possible Game 7. Game 6 is set for Friday night. The Atlanta Hawks, they're now 2-3 on the season after beating the winless Brooklyn Nets 117-112. But Trae Young, he was forced to leave the game with a knee injury after having a teammate fall into his leg. Initial reports indicate that his ACL is intact, but Young will have another MRI today. Week 9 in the NFL begins tonight as the Miami Dolphins host the Baltimore Ravens. That kickoff is set for 8:15. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, Braves fans, some things just get better with time, like your love for the Braves and banking with Truist One Checking. It's checking for life, offering everyday essentials like no overdraft fees and a tap-to-pay debit card, and great extras you'll appreciate season after season, like automatic upgrades as your balances grow. Be ready every inning with Truist One Checking. It's life-ready checking that grows with you. Get Truist One Checking today. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
At Eakins Ford & Winder, we love trucks, and you'll love our deals on trucks. Like $15,000 off the MSRP on select 2025 Ford F-150 XLT Crew Cab pickups. Hi, this is Brad Akins, and now through October 31st, take $15,000 off the MSRP on select 2025 Ford F-150 XLT Crew Cab pickups. These pickups also come with Ford's 10-year limited factory warranty at no additional charge, and we have over 50 to choose from. Plus, qualifying veterans and first responders receive an extra $1,000 off in addition to this discount at Akins Ford in Winder, just 25 minutes east of the Mall of Georgia on Highway 29. Stock number 06333, MSRP $69,098, sale price $44,098. With approved financing in your 1995 or newer trade. Dealer retains factory rebates plus government fees. Ford's limited warranty is 10 years or 100,000 miles. See dealer for details. See these Ford F-150 crew cabs today at AkinsFord.com. Akins, we're closer, bigger, and have better deals on Ford F-150s than you think.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
It's October 30th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Candy Corn Day. According to folklore, Philadelphia candy maker George Reniger invented the revolutionary tricolor candy in the 1880s. Some describe it as waxy and sickeningly sweet, and others just can't seem to get enough of this seasonal treat. Celebrate by gobbling up a bunch of candy corn. On this day in 1938, during the radio broadcast H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, narrated by Orson Welles, allegedly caused a mass panic. In 1940, the film premiere of One Night in the Tropics, the first film from the comedy team Abbott and Costello. It debuts in Paterson, New Jersey, and includes a shorter version of their famous Who's on First routine.
Look, all I'm trying to find out is what is the fella's name on first base.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let's straighten that out. What is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who is on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. Now, we're not talking about...
How did I get on third base?
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The Fan and Extra 106.3 are proud to salute all those who've served our great nation at our 2025 Veterans Day Golf Classic. Friday, November 7th at Heritage Golf Links. Join all your favorite Fan and Extra personalities for a day of golf, prizes, and fun, all benefiting our friends at the Warrior Alliance. Special thanks to the Atlanta Braves, Corona Southern Exteriors, Akins Ford, Georgia Sports Autographs, Harris Cherokee Casino and Resorts, Tito's Handmade Vodka, Freebird Southern Spring Water, Henri's Bakery, and The Color Spot.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, a home exterior solution since 1999, 8779 southernexterior.co. You know you got somebody important in the studio when the owner comes marching in.
He's like, I got to go see Mr. Chris Carr.
That's right.
This man's running for governor.
That's right. I got
to come swing by.
Make sure I got that relationship.
He doesn't do that all the time.
He was
That's
coming to say hi to you guys. That's what this thing was.
No, sir.
The
No,
rock stars.
Yeah, no, by no means.
He's only come in once or twice to go, what'd you say, Tug?
Yeah, exactly. See if we can dial that back. No, you know what's the best, Chris, is that as we talked to Chris Carr, AG, running for governor here in the state of Georgia, they've never one time. And I've worked in radio 25 years, and I've never had such autonomy as we do on Extra 106.3. Never has David Dickey, the owner of this company, walked in and said, you can't talk about that or you must talk about this. First time in my career that's ever happened.
Well, good leadership, and that's why y'all are growing, too. People don't want to be spoon-fed. They want to just get the information, and it's harder and harder. There's more, there's more platforms.
Oh, sure.
There's more
Media
information.
splintered.
Oh, my gosh. They want some place that they can go and trust, and when they feel people are genuine, you're going to get that response.
How has it been for you going through this process? Because there's the 4-minute hit. There's the, hey, Chris, you got 90 seconds. Here's your elevator pitch. And then there's long form. Like we look to do, half an hour at the very least. What has been kind of your preference, and how have you kind of addressed each one of those forms of media?
Yeah, I'd rather do the long form. Because, again, if you're going to run for governor, you're going to run for Senate, people need to hear from you. You need to be able to answer the questions. Even if people don't like what you end up saying, at least if they feel like you're genuine and you're real and you're willing to at least, tackle the tough questions. Again, it's not an easy thing. It shouldn't be an easy thing. I'm fine with the 4-minute. I'm fine with the 2-minute. But I've always said I'd rather sit down with people And I'd also, no matter if I give a speech or if I'm going to talk to students or I'm going to talk with somebody new, I'd rather answer the questions. I mean, I can give the spiel on why I'm running, like we just talked a minute ago, but I would much rather answer questions that people have, because that's really what's on people's minds.
No, it is.
If they're willing to ask you a question, that's what they want to talk about.
And we've ran across so much here in the state of Georgia because of the access. You talked about the airport. You talked about the ports. We have so many people coming to Georgia, but there's a fear, I believe, of AI. And you talked about it a little bit with there's going to need to be people that build the data centers, that maybe wire the data centers. But people are afraid AI is going to take their jobs. And you see Amazon saying we're laying off whatever the number is because of that. Sometimes upper level management, sometimes in the warehouses. How do we repeal that, or how do we go against that? How do we take a path of success and not loss here in Georgia?
Yeah, well, it's here, though. I mean, AI is here. It's not going away. So the best thing we can do is plan for it, prepare for it, deal with it, and work with it. And again, over time, just like again with retail and the malls and when eBay showed up and Amazon showed up, yeah, it took some, but then it created others. That's going to happen here as well, I believe. But I think if you talk with folks that know what they're talking about, that Silicon Valley, Austin, Texas, and Atlanta, Georgia are in the best position to be able to maximize the use of AI. And again, I think there are going to be some jobs that are lost, but those that learn to use AI are going to be the ones that are going to have a competitive advantage. And then there's going to be jobs and industries created as a result that we don't even know about. I mean, that's just how, humanity has gone from, the caveman through the Industrial Revolution to today.
Yeah.
And I mean, it just keeps going faster. So with the universities that we have, with the companies, I mean, remember, cybersecurity, about a quarter of the world's cybersecurity business touches a Georgia company. 70% of the fintech market, those swipes on your credit card, touches a Georgia company in North America. We are in an incredible position to be able to maximize that. And I think we should be going down into the elementary schools and middle schools and high schools and allowing our kids to have the opportunity to learn so that they are ready for the job when it's time to come.
Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, he is running for governor, joins us right here in studio for the Morning Extra. So you've had predecessors that were pushing to enhance the entertainment industry. We've recently had the push for green energy, electric car vehicles. As we look into technology, and as you mentioned, even as a double dog, we have tech right here in our backyard, one of the finest institutes of learning in the country. What is the environment we have to create to make sure that when that company looks to move from Silicon Valley, they don't go to Dallas, they come to Atlanta?
Well, or the business that's created here.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got the innovation centers, and we've got the tech hubs, and Atlanta Tech Village and stuff, and Castleberry and others. We need to create an environment where they want to stay. So what is that? It's a good regulatory environment. It's a good tax environment. It's a good workforce environment. And it is access to things like Hartsfield. I mean, think about where all you can go in the world. And just because we have the technology, you still need to go see a customer or a client, look them in the eye and shake their hand. And I always said, if we could get businesses to get on the ground in Georgia to see who we are and what we're about, from the business environment to also, I mean, look, employees got to do stuff when they're not on the job. And the restaurant scene and the music scene and the sports scene and the things that we have that other states don't have, that's what we need to make sure that we're focused on. And a legal environment as well, balance. Don't let companies be the ATM for lawsuits. But you also have to have access. If you're harmed, if your business is harmed, if there's a contract dispute, or you got to be able. We the people said you have to have a place to go. These are the things that we've done well in the past, but we cannot take it for granted because we are one election away. Particularly from the folks when I worked for Isaacson in 2004, people would say not a dime's worth of difference between the Republicans and Democrats. Well, that day is over. If that was true then, that day is over. And think about it. Nominate the wrong Republican, and everything we believe in jobs and safety goes away because the Democrats can win. Georgians wake up 48, 49% Republican, 46, 47 Democrat. In 22, 6% of the electorate voted Raphael Warnock and then came down one line and voted Brian Kemp. That group of persuadable voters that are, college-educated women and men now all over the state, care about jobs, safety, education, don't want to talk about social issues, and candidate quality matters. So that's how we've ended up. We've taken our eye off the ball. We got 2 Democratic senators that do not represent our state.
Boy, it hurts too.
And think about that in the governor's mansion. Think about that. You can make a difference.
No question about it. Talking with Chris Carr, Attorney General, running for governor. Let's talk about those folks that are concerned about voting, that have questions about voting. Not trying to relitigate anything, but I was talking to Janelle King, who's on the Georgia Elections Board, and she said it's been wacky for many, many years. There's all kinds of, going back to 2015 or 2016 rather, where there's just irregularities and people are concerned about it. How do we make sure, if you're a governor, how do we make sure that those people voting feel good when they hit the button for you or anybody else? And how do we make sure you, as a candidate, gets a fair shake?
Yeah, short answer is we passed a law, SB 202 and 22, that focused on safety, security, access, and transparency. Those are 3 things you got to have, because that's how we govern ourselves. One vote has to matter. It's got to know it's safe. You got to know it counted. You got to know that you can figure out if it did, and that's where we've done some. We did recounts and that kind of thing. If you think about 2018, remember Stacey Abrams said she lost because of voter suppression. Right. Not one single Georgian who was eligible to vote was prohibited from voting in 18. How can I say that? Because she filed a federal lawsuit, and we fought her. And on all 20 counts, federal judge who happened to be appointed by President Obama threw it out. In 2020, we said widespread voter fraud. There just wasn't evidence of widespread voter fraud. No election's perfect, but it was hundreds of cases we were looking at, not thousands or tens of thousands. All that said, the legislature came back in 22 and changed, because Democrats were concerned about long lines and computers and local boards not doing what they wanted to. We were worried about fraud and long lines and local boards not doing what they were supposed to do. So we changed the law. And remember, Biden sued us, all based on Stacey Abrams' campaign flyers. And finally, thank heaven, my former colleague and friend Pam Bondi, they dismissed the lawsuit. You have to continue to focus on it. But I'll tell you guys, I feel a whole lot better about where things are today than we were before. And that said, when you looked at the specifics in 18 or 20, it just wasn't what some people were saying it was.
Chris Carr joins us in studio. He's the state attorney general running for governor as well. Let's get down to brass tacks and some of the most important stuff. Are we getting 2 playoff teams in Georgia and Georgia Tech? I think I know how you feel about this Saturday playing Florida.
Well, absolutely. Because in 1992, when I was a junior at Georgia, we had Garrison Hurst, Andre, Zaire. We lose that game. The Florida players come down. The coaches do the Heisman pose and fall down in front of the stands. And I made a vow to myself then, guys, I would forever hate the University of Florida. And I wouldn't care if they ever won a game again. That's it. I mean, look, the line's 7.5. Seems like we start slow. I still think we're going to win that game. And God bless Georgia Tech. Brent Key has done an unbelievable job.
I don't know if y'all saw the article about Haynes King when he was like, they were talking about how tough this kid is. And my son's best friends, one of the quarterbacks down at Georgia Tech. So we keep up with him. And he said, I was urinating blood after the game. And still is still going. He is the linchpin to Georgia Tech.
He's got heart. And yes, I do think we're going to have 2 playoff teams. And I want it to come down to Georgia Tech and Miami.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
and Tech beat Miami for the ACC championship.
And that's another thing, too. I always pay attention to lines as well, just because I'm always kind of curious.
For entertainment purposes.
That's
only.
right. I do not do anything from that standpoint. But it is interesting to see a Georgia Tech team at 8-0. They're just a 5.5-point favorite against NC State. And it hasn't been like the odd makers have been wildly off. This Tech team, and on the strength of Haynes King and them making plays, they keep finding a way to. Now, I'm blowing people out, except for Syracuse, but they find a way to just win football games.
But I will take Georgia and Georgia Tech's coaches over a lot of the coaches in the country. Mentally tough.
Yeah.
Mentally tough.
I keep talking about how right now this Georgia team feels like one of those 80s, 90s slasher movies. You think it's dead multiple times. The Tennessee game, I'm like, they're dead. Ole Miss, they're dead. It's like
Alabama. They went on to lose, but still, that was a heck of a comeback.
They keep popping back up, Chris.
The Sunday after the Ole Miss game, I was reading The Athletic, and they do this ranking of teams or whatever, and they put in for Georgia. The theme for this year should be, how in the world did we win that game?
Yeah.
But isn't it
but
fun?
we are.
But isn't it fun?
And our coach makes adjustments in the second half.
Yeah, they're a second half team.
We are. I don't get it. Sports is great. It's mystical. It's great. But this team just the mental toughness that Kirby has done. It's just unbelievable. And we're so fortunate to have him as our head coach.
I would much rather be in our position than an LSU or a Florida or any of these teams for that matter.
I mean, that's just that's lost in the woods at that point, especially with those programs. And now we were talking about a little bit earlier. It's really much you are the CEO, and it's not just about the X's and O's and the recruiting the kids. Now I got to deal with NIL. I got to deal with the companies in the area. I got to deal with where the money's coming, who it's going to, running an entire program. There's a reason why you now have general managers in college football.
How do you see that moving forward? Because it seems like there's going to be a crossroads of politics and college football because of NIL and things like that.
It is, and I think that's a challenge. What's interesting is the product on the field this year is really good.
Yeah, it is.
Right? We're all worried, and there's no doubt there's money, and they fixed the portal thing, and that needed to be done. I worry a little bit about what's going to happen to the individual sports, the Olympic sport, because that's important too.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's critically important. But it seems like there is more parity. I mean, Indiana and Vanderbilt are in the top 10 in the college football rankings
ever thought
in 2025.
You cannot have any depth in this sport any longer because it goes to Vandy and Indiana, and they're talented players that are doing that.
That's right. So I wonder what this does on coaching. That's got to be tough. That's got to be tough. You're waking up every day, and I know it was a challenge before, but hopefully, I mean, I'm just a big fan of sports, so I don't want it to go away.
Chris, we wish you the best of luck.
Thanks, guys.
And you're always welcome back to listen and talk to the people that are going to be pulling the lever for you.
Appreciate
You're always
y'all.
welcome.
God bless. Thank
you.
y'all.
Chris Carr, Attorney General, running for governor in the state of Georgia here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Want you to find out more about him. Quick Google search. You'll find his social media. You'll find his website. And that way you can make an informed decision about where he stands. And he'll be back on the Morning Extra to talk to you again as well. For Chris and Los and Jeray, too, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear?
Live and local news talk continues at 3 p.m. with Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. It's the Kimmer Show, only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
in this building because they're everywhere. And one day, so the plane was a year behind me.
All right.
Pound for pound, there he is. Pound for pound, best running back in
Oh, really?
high school history.
That's awesome.
Mike, you remember my wife, Joan? Joan, pleasure. Good to meet you again. This is Julia. This is Mike McClain. Pleasure to meet you. Mike and I went to Marist together.
Yeah, Chris, he was a hell of a defensive player in basketball.
Particularly if they get to my right.
I mean,
that's not so good.
I get the ball and I'd be like, Chris would mark him, and where'd the ball go, man?
gave
He's
him-
stealing it, he's going down, he's dunking on the other end of the floor.
Five fouls and he used them all.
So I told this story that Marist was kind enough to give me a little award one year, a few years ago, and I tell the story. I was like, God, I love playing basketball. Sure, I was going to play for the Hawks, but I get to I play JV, and I start looking around at the varsity team. You're ahead of me, and there's guys that are 6'7".
Yeah.
I said, you know what? Maybe I should not. And so I struggled, and I go in to see Coach Ron Bell, legendary basketball.
Oh, yeah. Full-blooded Cherokee Indian.
And I was like,
Incredible.
Coach, I'm thinking about it. I just don't think I'm going to come out this year.
He didn't start crying.
He was like, I thought about it last year.
Little smile on his face. Great decision.
Did you play anything else?
Just quit playing baseball to play basketball. Aaron Judgment. I have very few regrets in my life. Quit playing baseball.
Didn't you play football too in 7th and 8th grade?
No, all basketball.
Okay, just basketball.
Yeah.
It's funny, my son, who's playing baseball now, that was his regret from high school. He's like, I wish, because he stopped his going into his junior year, so he didn't play junior and senior because he wanted to focus on baseball, which was the right thing. However, he said that's the only regret he has in high school is not playing that junior and senior year with my buddies. He was like, we had grinded it out since 5th grade.
Well, the other thing is when we grew up, you could play every school.
Nah, it is.
Tugger, are you in here at 11? Who's in?
No, I'm not. But we need you to get going.
No. I was. Well,
They're super flexible.
if I had to bump you, I didn't care.
No, yeah, but they're super
Speaking of basketball,
so it'll be easy.
He's my size.
Yeah, thanks,
Very
bud.
much like me, athletic. You fucking named the varsity Atlantis.
Oh. Am I on? Do you hear me?
He's a senior. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, he's stuck with it.
Awesome.
I did. You want one? I can't hear out of this. Yes.
Just a little god.
No. It's probably the headphones.
There's no way.
Oh shit! Hold on. I'll do it. I'll get you after. I'll get you after. Okay. I'm gonna do a little video for him. Say, keep fighting.
Okay.
Proud of you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
All right, y'all have a good night.
All right, man.
See.
I'm sure.
No,
I used both
all
of
the
them. They did.
Oh, you tried both ways? And you had this turned up? Okay. Let me grab you another set here. Try
Where did your
headphones
go?
So, that was just there.
You keep those.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Here you are. Here's a set. Great. And you got your cough if you need to.
Okay. All right.
On and off.
Perfect.
Let me double check the framing on this.
I did. I told Colin, I was like, I'm gonna grab a couple beers and see if he notices.
I was like, that's what I'm talking about.
It was a test.
The Curse light on the golf course is just second to none. How you been, man?
I'm excellent.
Good.
Are you enjoying asking people for money all day?
Enjoying is maybe not.
Let's save that for Jerry. How am I? Yeah. Thank you. Speak.
Gotcha. Okay. Test.
Hello. I had nothing to eat for breakfast but coffee and cold beer.
I can hear you.
Your camera's working. That's what they care about. All right. 12-minute segment, 23-minute segment, 9-minute segment. So
Great.
when I look at you, this is not what they will use in social media. I will show it to you to be like,
stop talking.
We're going to run through your history, things you've done, the whole thing, but we're going to go slower. We're not in a 2-minute drill.
Sounds good to me.
Jerry, you ready? Welcome into the Ben Burnett Show on Xtra 106.3, Atlanta's only news and conservative talk station. My guest for the entire hour this weekend is Attorney General Christopher Carr. Chris, welcome to the show.
Man, thank you. And you said Christopher. My mom was basically the only one ever called me Christopher. I love it.
All the time, or when you were in trouble?
Just most of the time, but certainly there was a little bit more passion behind it when I was in trouble.
What's your middle name? Did that come out a lot?
Michael.
Christopher Michael Carr?
You got it. Yeah. That when that cascade started, I knew it was real.
Talk to me about growing up. I know we've done this. For those of you, you can go find the archives because one time Chris ran for re-election for Attorney General and came to do the show. He's a proud wearer of Ben Burnett Show clothes, which you haven't done that in a while.
And usually I've got a sheriff's Yeti today, but oftentimes my wife Joan and I use the Ben Burnett